Please take your seats. Distinguished guests, welcome to the second day of the 5th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament. This is a continuation of the interactive general debate that began yesterday morning and sparked dialogue amongst the speakers of Parliament from all over the world. I'm Christine Muttonen, Managing Partner of Central East Connect, a project to connect people, to bring them together. And I will be your moderator for today. Welcome, and please take your seats. This morning, we are discussing the 4th motion on gender equality and the law. We had already on Monday a very interesting and very lively debate on gender equality in the Women's Conference. It was during my school time here in Austria that when it was not allowed for girls and boys to go to the same school, just imagine. And it was during my studies that my mother was not allowed to work without my father's permission. And it was only in the 90s that married and unmarried women gained the same rights. So times have changed, and we have laws. The question is this sufficient? Is this the only way to gender equality? And what else can we do? The motion of today is repealing laws that discriminate against women and girls is the only path towards achieving gender equality. We will be hearing statements from 4 speakers who will be introducing the motion for and against. Afterwards, we will move to the contributions from speakers who wish to address the motion today. So let me take now my seat, and then we will start the discussion. He will be the first, just to know.
Will you make the announcement?
The distinguished guests, the IPU Secretariat has endeavored to accommodate as many requests as possible, bearing in mind the time limitations, but also the need for gender and regional balance. Before we start, let me first remind you of our rules. We have a strict time limit of 3 minutes, also because we have to finish on time. So excuse me if I have to interrupt. If you wish to take the floor after the pre-registered speakers, we will take spontaneous contribution if time allows. In that case, please raise your country's nameplate and introduce yourself. Now, without further ado, we come to the first speaker, and I'm very pleased to have with us Mr. Om Birla, the Speaker of the House of People of India, to deliver his contribution. Mr. Birla will be speaking for the motions, and you have got 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank
Floor
you.
is yours.
माननीय सभापतिगण, शिष्टमंडल के सभी सदस्यगण, भारत संविधानों के प्रावधान के अनुसार लिंग के आधार पर भेदभाव प्रतिबंधित है और देश के प्रत्येक नागरिक को समानता का मौलिक अधिकार प्राप्त है। भारत ने संवैधानिक और कानूनी प्रावधानों के तहत ग्रामीण और शहरी क्षेत्र के निर्वाचित निकायों में महिलाओं को 1/3 से लेकर कुछ राज्यों में 50% तक की सीटें आरक्षित करने का प्रावधान किया गया है। इसके परिणाम स्वरूप हमारे देश में लगभग 3 मिलियन से अधिक निर्वाचित प्रतिनिधियों में से 1.4 लाख महिला प्रतिनिधि है। साथियों, महिलाओं का समुचित प्रतिनिधित्व सुनिश्चित करने के अलावा हमने इंटरनेशनल कन्वेंशन के प्रावधानों के अनुसार विधान बनाने, अनेक कानूनों को निरस्त करने तथा संशोधित करने पर भी ध्यान केंद्रित किया है ताकि महिलाओं को समान अधिकार मिल सके। इन प्रयासों से भारत में जेंडर इक्वलिटी तथा जेंडर जस्टिस में एक नए युग की शुरुआत हुई है। महिलाओं तथा बालिकाओं के समग्र विकास के लिए बेटी बचाओ, बेटी पढ़ाओ, सुकन्या समृद्धि, जननी सुरक्षा तथा जनधन योजना आरंभ किए गए। आज देश भर में महिलाओं के सशक्तिकरण के लिए लगभग 7 लाख मिलियन सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप, जिसमें 80 लाख मिलियन महिलाएं काम कर रही है। साथियों, कोई भी देश अपनी आधी आबादी के पीछे छोड़कर समाज को आगे नहीं बढ़ा सकता। अतः सभी देश की संसदों और जनप्रतिनिधियों को जेंडर इक्वलिटी, जेंडर सेंसिटिव समाज के लिए मिलकर काम करने की आवश्यकता है। संसदीय व्यवस्थाओं को और जवाबदेह बनाने के लिए लोकतांत्रिक प्रणालियों तथा परंपराओं के अंतर्गत हम कार्यपालिकाओं की जवाबदेही सुनिश्चित कर सकते हैं। साथियों, समय की मांग है कि हमारी संसदें और संसदगण महिलाओं की शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य, पोषण और समग्र उत्थान कार्यक्रम में संसदीय कामकाज में विशेष प्राथमिकता देने का सामूहिक संकल्प करें। मैं आप सभी से इस प्रयास में शामिल होने का आग्रह करता हूं।
Thank you very much. We come to the next speaker, who is in fact on a video. So we are very pleased to have from Uzbekistan Ms. Danzila Narbayeva, the Speaker of the Senate of Uzbekistan, who kindly sent us a video message. Please.
Уважаемые участники дискуссий, рада встрече с вами. Хотела бы поделиться нашим опытом по тематике общих дебатов. Первое. Вопросы гендерного равенства. Всесторонняя поддержка женщин и девушек является одним из приоритетов государственной политики Республики Узбекистан. В Сенате нашего парламента действует комитет по вопросам женщин и обеспечению гендерного равенства. Также функционирует специальная комиссия по гендерному равенству. Второе. Особое внимание мы уделяем формированию законодательства и обеспечению верховенства закона, касающихся интересов женщин. В Узбекистане введена обязательная гендерно-правовая экспертиза всех нормативно-правовых актов. Мы присоединились ко всем конвенциям международных организаций. С учетом международных стандартов мы приняли 25 нормативно-правовых актов. Недавно мы утвердили стратегию достижения гендерного равенства до 2020 года.
Can you please stop the video, because there is unfortunately a technical problem with the translation. So we try to find a solution for these technical problems. So if it's possible, we would like to move on, I'd like to ask you, Mr. Kenneth Makelo Lusaka, President of the Senate of Kenya, to deliver your contribution. Please, you will speak against the motion.
Thank you so much. I observe all the protocols and say I'm very honored to present this motion. Repealing discriminatory laws is the only path for gender equality. We all agree that huge strides have been made worldwide in the mainstreaming of women issues in all spheres of life, including political, economic, social, and cultural. And we also agree that the gender equality and empowerment of women are at the heart of the SDGs and are preconditions for overcoming poverty, hunger, and disease. Similarly, the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 recognizes the centrality of gender international peace and security by recognizing the role of women in conflict prevention, peacekeeping, conflict resolution, and peace building. So this further reinforced, renewed, and complemented by other UN resolutions on the same subject, including the UN resolution of 1820 and many others that I can quote. But allow me to begin by recognizing the important role of the legal framework plays in dealing with women discrimination. In this regard, amendments of laws is an important component of responding to women discrimination in the world, and I submit that laws are important in facilitating accountability and access to justice and redress, but are not sufficient in themselves to eradicate all forms of discriminations, independent accountability. That's a panel report of 2016. Therefore, although a legal framework is necessary and has remained important in women emancipation, there is need for us to equally put more focus on other equally important factors in the spectrum, including political, cultural, and socio-economic factors that continue to hinder progress towards the realization of real equality of men and women in all spheres of life. So in the Kenyan context, women marginalization in the political sphere is blamed on Kenya's patriarchal culture and the electoral system, but nonetheless, Kenya has made huge strides through their laws as promulgated in the new constitution of 2010. This includes equality in marriage, equality in employment, equality in access to education, prohibition of all forms of discriminatory customary practices, protection or matrimonial poverty, protection of women's rights to inheritance and to own property, equal parental responsibility, among others. So when you look at the Kenyan situation, you realize that at independence, we had only 2 women in parliament. As we speak now, in 2017, the last elections, we had 97 women in parliament, which is 23.2% of what we want to acquire. But what we are saying is that there are a number of provisions that we have made in the Constitution that have made it possible for women also to be recognized, and I will not quote in the interest of time. But what I'm saying as I conclude is that although the legal framework is important, they must be supported by other political, socio-economic, and cultural frameworks that protect women from all forms of discrimination. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we've heard a slightly different view, or maybe adding something towards the legal framework. So we next move on to Ms. Fanny Salinas Fernandez, from the President of the Central American Parliament, for your introduction. Please, the 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Muchísimas gracias. Distinguidos invitados, es para mí un honor poder transmitirles un saludo solidario en nombre del Parlamento Centroamericano, el que está integrado por 6 estados, de los pueblos de Centroamérica, ítmica e insular. En estos minutos deseo introducir la 4ª moción y plantear lo relacionado con América Latina en el tema de esta sesión. Es realmente urgente avanzar en la lucha en rechazo a leyes que discriminan a las mujeres y niñas, en eliminar la ambigüedad de las legislaciones vigentes y en la aplicación de justicias y combatir la violencia institucional contra las mujeres y las niñas. Tenemos que dar el gran salto de pasar de las palabras a los hechos, que las leyes precarias se eliminen y que la legislación favorable a la igualdad de género se aplique en realidad. Eliminar la discriminación en las leyes es esencial, pero no tiene ningún efecto si no se aplica y se pone en práctica de forma apropiada. También es necesario analizar que la legislación en muchos países es deficiente. Es necesario una legislación clara de defensa de las mujeres y las niñas. Debe quedar legalmente establecido que no es no en casos de violación y acoso sexual contra mujeres y niñas. Se debe de trabajar fuertemente para que las leyes de protección de los derechos de la mujer y de las niñas no se quede en teoría y en papel. Es necesario crear los mecanismos concretos para poder aplicar realmente estas leyes. En algunos casos nos enfrentamos a una legislación precaria o a leyes a veces muy modernas, las que no se aplican, y eso debe de terminar. Lamentablemente tengo que destacar algunos tristes récords de América Latina y del Caribe en materia de salud sexual y reproductiva. Más de la mitad de los embarazos no son planeados y un porcentaje que se mantiene invariable desde el año 1985. Y según estimaciones, es una de las regiones del mundo con mayor porcentaje de abortos inseguros y de embarazos prematuros. Es muy importante prestar atención prioritaria a las mujeres más vulnerables, como las madres o las madres solteras o pobres, las indígenas, las afrodescendientes y mujeres especiales o mal llamadas discapacitadas, las que sufren una doble discriminación por su condición de formar parte de uno o de varios de estos grupos vulnerables y de simplemente ser mujer. Se requiere de una legislación que incluya todos estos grupos vulnerables para su protección y para abrir oportunidades del desarrollo humano de todas ellas, de sus hijos e hijas. Por esta razón, sugiero la aprobación de esta cuarta moción. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Now I have a question to the technician whether the video is available. Yes?
I don't have a confirmation yet.
Not yet. So I'm sorry for that, but maybe we can see it in the middle of our discussion. So far we had, we saw the importance of laws, but we also heard about the importance of implementation. So this is the question we are going to ask you as well. And we have some pre-registered speakers from the floor who want to speak for or maybe against or with slightly different views of the motion. Our first speaker from the floor is Mr. Lucas Sinimbo Muha, Chairperson of the National Council of Namibia. We'll see if he is in the room.
He is.
He is.
There.
So,
Madam Moderator, distinguished delegates, Namibia has made a great stride in the gender equality. The remarkable achievements can be attributed to the Namibian Constitution that provides a fertile ground for the human rights and gender equality. In addition, the Constitution of the ruling party, SWAPO, embraces the 50-50 gender representation in the structure of the party and appointed government positions. However, the COVID-19 pandemic has the potential to undo the decades of progress made by gender equality and women's rights. Therefore, this conference has come at the right time to remind us that we should remain the gains and keep on improving on gender equality and women's rights. My contribution is premised in the understanding that leadership and decision-making role should be a shared obligation in order for both genders to meaningfully contribute to the development of the genuinely gender-inclusive society. Distinguished participants, Namibia believes that attaining gender equality and empowerment of women is crucial for development. To ensure that Namibia women and girls have equal opportunities to participate in the socio-economic and political life, provision is made in Article 10 and 23 of the Namibian Constitution, which discourages discriminations against women and promotes women's participation in the political, social, and economic life. In addition to the Constitution, the government has enacted several gender-related laws, such as Married Person Equality Act, Labor Act, and others. Through implementations of these instruments, Namibia made notable progress in the area of education, health, politics, and governance. Apart from politics, Namibia women have entered into economic industries which were previously male-dominated. Distinguished participants, despite these opportunities, some Namibian women, just like other women around the globe, still face some challenges such as poverty, gender-based violence, and lack of economic opportunities. These downfalls were worsened by the prevalence of COVID-19 pandemics and the lockdowns. Let me conclude by saying that gender equality and women's empowerment contributes to women's access to public leadership role, whether in politics, legal profession, business sectors, academia, and sport, which remains elusive in some countries despite SDG 5. Hence, I am making a call to the World Athletic Body to repeal the controversial and discriminatory rule on women with higher testosterone that is used against women in sport. To be specific, on our two Namibian sprinters who were banned from competing in the 400 race at the recently concluded 2020 Tokyo Olympics.
May I ask you to formulate your last sentence?
Thank you. This rule is unfair in the sense that these two innocent 18-year-old girls are naturally born girls just like any other girl on this planet. So I submit, Comrade Moderator. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We come to the next speaker, Ms. Eliane Tillieu, President of the Chamber of Representatives of Belgium. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madame President. C'est un plaisir pour moi de prendre la parole aujourd'hui à l'occasion du 5e sommet des présidents de Parlement pour parler de la situation des femmes qui, si elle a évolué et s'est améliorée au cours de ces dernières décennies, on constate que le statut des femmes et des filles dans de nombreux pays n'est toujours pas identique à celui des hommes. Les acquis en la matière sont par ailleurs très fragiles. On le sait, il y a des disparités importantes dans le monde entre les différentes zones géographiques, mais la pandémie de Covid-19, la récession économique qui s'ensuit et ses conséquences sociales ont a priori un impact plus important sur les femmes que sur les hommes, engendrant de nouveaux écarts qui pourtant avaient bien été comblés par le passé. Nous savons aussi les crises politiques, les conflits font souvent reculer en premier lieu les droits des femmes et des filles. C'est d'ailleurs en Afghanistan aujourd'hui une triste illustration et cela mérite une attention de chaque instant de la communauté internationale. Il nous faut donc adopter des normes juridiques contraignantes en matière d'égalité des sexes. Il faut légiférer pour consacrer une égalité des droits entre les hommes et les femmes. Je pense au principe de rémunération, mais c'est aussi le principe d'égalité des chances et la reconnaissance de la notion de discrimination positive. la place des femmes au sein des instances dirigeantes des entreprises, qu'elles soient publiques, qu'elles soient privées, est également une question centrale. Et je me réjouis que des initiatives aient été prises dans mon pays à cet égard. Mais ce n'est pas suffisant. On ne peut pas effacer les stéréotypes par le biais de la seule législation. Il faut donc d'autres initiatives, des formations, des sensibilisations à la maison, à l'école, des mises en réseau des femmes, des modèles, l'intégration de la dimension de genre en politique et bien sûr, toujours encore, la lutte contre la violence faite aux femmes. À cet égard, la Belgique a d'ailleurs rejoint en 2020 le groupe des Amis des Nations Unies pour l'élimination de la violence à l'égard des femmes et des filles. Et notre Chambre des représentants a consacré plusieurs semaines d'auditions et de débats à cette question, à la violence intrafamiliale à l'égard des femmes et des enfants. En avril, une résolution finale a été adoptée pour demander au gouvernement de faire de la lutte contre la violence intrafamiliale une première priorité. C'est la question des violences physiques, psychologiques, économiques, mais aussi, et c'est important après les confinements, les violences en ligne, et notamment toute la question des réseaux sociaux. Et cette politique, elle devrait être intégrée et associée à tous les niveaux de pouvoir, les associations de terrain. C'est donc une manière de protéger les victimes, les femmes, mais aussi les enfants. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, President of the Chamber of Representatives of Belgium. We now move on to Mr. Mahmoud Ibrahim Lavan, Speaker of the Senate of Nigeria, to take the floor for his perspectives on the motion. Mr. Lavan, obviously, he's not in the room. So we move on, and I invite next Mr. Ivica Dacic, the Speaker of the National Assembly from Serbia, to take the floor.
Hvala lepo, uvažena predsjedavajuća, poštovane kolege. Svjedoci smo da su vanredni uslovi u kojima skoro 2 godine živimo doprineli rastućoj diskriminaciji nad ženama, bilo da je reč o kućnom nasilju koje je u velikom porastu, ali i diskriminaciji na radnom mestu i u društvu
I'm
uopšte.
sorry to interrupt you.
Yes, okay,
There is a
okay.
problem again with the interpretation. Just a minute, please.
There isn't a problem. The translation, that is interpretation, will be consecutive after he is finished.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yes, okay. Ovo nazadovanje koje zabrinjava i zahteva odlučnu akciju svih naših institucija i celog društva i parlamenti naravno u tome imaju ključnu i nezamenljivu ulogu.
Thank you. Honorable Chairman, respected colleagues, for almost 2 years we have been witnessing the extraordinary conditions for the life of all our societies that have unfortunately contributed to the growing discrimination against women, whether it is domestic violence that is on the rise or the discrimination in the workplace and society in general. This is a setback that worries and requires decisive action by all our institutions and the whole societies. Parliaments have a key and irreplaceable role in this.
Republika Srbija je na vreme prepoznala ova negativna kretanja i otvorila je veoma široku društvenu diskusiju o borbi protiv diskriminacije u novim uslovima, što je rezultiralo donošenjem novih i modernih zakona u parlamentu, čiji je cilj, između ostalog, dodatna zaštita prava žena. Zahvaljujući izmenama zakona o izboru narodnih poslanika u februaru prošle godine, obezbeđeno je učešće 40% žena u parlamentu. Tada je kvota zastupljenosti na izbornim listama uvećana sa 30 na 40%. Skupština Srbije je u maju ove godine u uslovima borbe protiv pandemije usvojila novi zakon o rodnoj ravnopravnosti i izmenila postojeći zakon o zabrani diskriminacije, čija su nova rešenja dodatno osnažila prava žena.
The Republic of Serbia recognized these negative trends in time and opened a very broad social discussion on the fight against discrimination in the new conditions, which resulted in the adoption of new and modern laws in Parliament, whose goal is, among other things, additional protection of women's rights. Thanks to the amendments to the law on the election of MPs in February last year, the participation of 40% of women in the parliament was ensured. The quota of women's representation on the electoral list was increased from 30 to 40%. In May this year, in the midst of the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic, the Serbian parliament adopted a new law on gender equality and amended the existing law on prohibition of discrimination, whose new solutions further strengthened the women's rights in various areas.
Thank you.
Yes, okay. Država Srbija je usvojila i strategiju za sprečavanje i borbu protiv rodno zasnovanog nasilja prema ženama i nasilja u porodici, što će biti prioritet u narednom periodu. I želim naravno da se zahvalim svima što ste ovu temu stavili na dnevni red.
The Republic of Serbia adopted a new strategy for the prevention and combating of gender-based violence against women and domestic violence, which will be one of the priorities in the work of government. And I would like to thank you for prioritizing this topic.
Thank you very much. As you said, we all agreed until now that this is a very, very important topic and we have to keep on working on that. Now I would like to invite Ms. Mabel Chinonoma, the President of the Senate of Zimbabwe, for your contribution. The floor is yours. 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm inclined to accept the notion that the inequities that exist in most countries are a result in big part of a lack of good laws that foster equality, as well as the existence of laws that actively discriminate against women and girls. Women's property rights, for example, are limited by social norms, customs, and legislation, which diminishes women's economic status and their opportunity to overcome poverty. Many customary laws effectively deprive women of property rights, in particular to land ownership, both in their areas of birth and in marital clans. Widows are instantly evicted following the deaths of their husbands. Parliaments should repeal any such laws and enact laws that neutralize oppressive and discriminatory customary practices. In order to attain gender equality in the workplace, realizing equal pay for equal work, parliaments should strive to enact comprehensive labor and employment laws. Countries that improve gender equality in the workplace stand to reap great rewards, having established that all work that men can do, women can do, and in most cases with greater efficiency. Laws governing matters of bonuses, promotions, and grade advancement should always take into consideration the several responsibilities that women additionally bear outside the workplace. Parliaments, when making employment laws, should recognize that comparing merit and performance goes beyond what happens in the actual places. In the cases of Zimbabwe, our Constitution provides for full employment and the removal of restrictions that prevent people from working and otherwise engaging in gainful economic and social activities, stipulating that the state must implement measures such as for family care that enable women to enjoy a real opportunity to work whilst also being able to take care of their families. Sexual harassment also remains a huge concern in the workplace, and our Parliament is in the process of public consultation to review and amend the Labour Act and also put in place a Sexual Harassment Act that will, among other things, criminalize and punishes offenders. Electoral laws should be amended to protect women whilst enabling them to participate in electoral process without having to jump through hoops. Requirements should not be used as tools by men to deter women's participation. Parliaments should strive to ensure that laws governing elections and electoral processes are as comprehensive as they are inclusive. All laws that make it harder for women to participate in electoral processes have no place in today's world and ought to be repealed. Child marriage is despicable form of gender inequality. We have spoken up against child marriages.
Please
all our lives.
come to the
we
final
have
sentence.
spoken about it at this summit, and we will continue to speak of it for many years to come. It is a gruesome form of child abuse and national laws. Any laws that does not treat women and men fairly ought to be repealed and replaced with laws that recognize gender equality. Let me conclude by quoting for you the great Irish philosopher Edmund Burke, who said, "Bad laws is the worst kind of tyranny." I thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution. We come now to the Speaker of the Stortinget of Norway, Ms. Tone Wilhelmsen Trøen. Please, you have the floor.
Good morning, dear moderator and panelists. Legislation is, of course, very important to reach gender equality. However, it is not enough. We must ensure that women are able to make use of their rights. One important thing is to give women the time to engage in the working life and politics. This should be done by relieving them of their traditional burden of domestic work and care. In Norway, women got the right to vote and be elected to parliament in 1913. This was an example of changing legislation. But it was first much later, in the 1970s, that women representation in parliament reached substantial numbers. Why first in the 1970s? Well, that was when our welfare state was established with public-financed childcare and homes for the elderly. As a consequence, women could now spend more time outside their homes, getting help to look after their children and caring for their older relatives. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the need for household chores and care has multiplied. And again, the women had to take most of this unpaid work. When UN Women tells us that even before the COVID, women already spent about 3 times as many hours on unpaid domestic work and care work as men, we can only imagine what negative effect the pandemic has had on gender equality. So to conclude, reducing the burdens on women's domestic and care work frees up time to engage in society and contributes to increased women representation and gender equality. Changing legislation that discriminates against women is important, but legislation is not enough on its own. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, dear Speaker of the Parliament of Norway. Now we come to the next speaker, and I would like to call on Ms. Yemanumu Kumba, Speaker of the Transitional National Legislative Assembly, to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, honorable speakers of this August gathering, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I stand in support of this motion. Laws, whether constitutional or customary, a fundamental legal framework that can either empower women and girls or undermine their empowerment and achievement of gender equality. Most discriminative practices against women and girls are entrenched in some forms of law. According to the research conducted by the UN, over 2 million women and girls around the world are affected by discriminatory laws that impede gender equality and hold women and girls back. It is against this backdrop that the only path towards achieving gender equality is to repeal laws that discriminate against women and girls. Parliaments, as institutions representing the voices of the people, have fundamental roles in ending such laws and enacting those that promote gender equality and exercise oversight over their implementation. Equality in law for women and girls by 2030, a multi-stakeholder strategy for accelerated action, as a strategy developed by the UN, the African Union, the IPU, Commonwealth, and other stakeholders to fast-track the repeal or review of discriminatory law in 100 countries by 2023 is a move that is in recognition of the importance of gender equality laws. It is increasingly becoming apparent that investing in women is the only means to eradicate poverty and attain sustainable development. Women, once empowered, can build better livelihood, gain more income, contribute economically to their families, thereby improving family access to health, education, and nutrition, and create businesses that provide jobs and boost local economies. Therefore, laws that prevent women from property inheritance, land ownership, microfinance credit can lead to food insecurity, malnutrition, and lower income and poverty. Gender equality laws can prevent indiscriminatory rape, reduce sexual and domestic violence, and promote equal treatment of female employees, and set minimum age of marriage to enable girls to further their education and prevent pregnant teenagers from being dismissed from schools. In South Sudan, the participation of women in public life continues to be limited by the existence of cultural and religious laws and customary practices. For too long, women's position in government institutions were mainly associated with their traditional roles related to social care, such as teaching, nursing, and home care. This status quo was successfully challenged by the active and equal participation of women in the liberation struggle and their subsequent participation in peace negotiations and constitutional making processes.
Please,
During this
would you
process,
come to your final remarks?
women demanded affirmative action of 25% of women representation at all levels of government. And this was incorporated into both the Comprehensive Peace Agreement and the interim constitution, and that provides the legal basis for women empowerment. This affirmative action as a legal
Please, your
provision
last sentence.
set the stage, thank you, for increased number of women in government. Currently, women are represented, 34% of women are represented in the parliament and other levels of government, and also this has put South Sudan, ranking South Sudan number 45, according to the IPU record of 2021, September 2021. So I believe repealing laws and enacting laws that empower women is the way forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Distinguished guests, we now open the floor to spontaneous contributions from the speakers of parliament, to heads of delegations present to address the fourth motion. And we have a speaker from the German Bundestag, the Deputy Speaker of the Bundestag of Germany, Ms. Claudia Roth. Bitte, Ihr Beitrag.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody, dear colleagues, dear friends. The reality of millions of people is already affected by the impacts of the climate crisis, which is worsening hunger and poverty around the world. And for millions of people, the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic now come on top. As Antonio Guterres pointed out recently, women and girls are particularly affected as they bear the brunt of the climate crisis, and women and girls are also bear the major burden of the COVID-19 pandemic. This underlines the gendered effects of crisis, that it is women and girls, that it is those structurally marginalized in societies who suffer most in all crises. We are still far, far away from a world of gender equality, far away from a world in which the basic human rights of all are safeguarded. A world that, as pointed out in Beijing in 1995, recognizes that women's rights are human rights because women are human beings. In contrast, we still have to fight for the very basic notion of human rights in times in which the universal, the inalienable, the indivisible rights are actively called into question by some reactionary forces, in times when misogyny, when homophobia, when racism is so brutally reinforced. So we as Democrats have to join hands and strengthen our global movement for human rights again and again. Underline the inherent worth of each and every person and make equality a basis of all political decision-making. With the Agenda 2030, we as the international community have set ourselves ambitious yet much needed goals for a globally just world, a world without hunger and poverty, a world in which all can live in dignity without violence while respecting planetary boundaries. It was a milestone that we agreed on gender equality in SDG 5, that we have recognized that gender equality is not an add-on, but something that has to be incorporated in all political fields. Gender equality and global justice can only be achieved together with ambitious domestic and foreign feminist policies, with structural and bold thinking, and also with attention paid to fighting the climate crisis, because there is no gender equality on a dead planet. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We now move on to Ms. Anita Annette Among, Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, moderator. My name is Sarah Opendi, the head of delegation and member of parliament from Uganda. I bring you greetings from Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. Madam Chair, I do support this statement. However, allow me to say that it's very unfortunate that 49 years since the Convention of the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women was held, and state parties obliged to embody the principle of gender equality, countries are still struggling to achieve this. The Beijing Platform for Action of 1995, among others, urged governments to remove or revoke the remaining laws that discriminate against women. A number of countries have enacted the laws, However, the implementation still remains a challenge. Gender equity and gender mainstreaming are useful strategies that need to be adopted if we are to achieve gender equality. Repealing or revision of discriminatory laws is crucial for gender equality as it promotes the necessary protection that is needed for the enforcement of women's rights. However, this is not all that governments need to do. There is need to ensure equal access to education, employment opportunities for women, ensure land ownership by women, and also health and reproductive rights. Allow me to state that it's very unfortunate that despite having the laws in place in Uganda, we have still seen sexual violence existent. The last COVID pandemic lockdown showed that 10 to 14-year-old girls' pregnancy increased by 336.5%. Education of women has a direct effect on ending poverty and improving health of the family. Women work longer hours a day, but are still paid less. The literacy rates of women and education amongst the women has improved. However, in the world today, less than 7% of the world leaders are women. And this points to one fact, that in addition to the existing legislation, we need to have the political will, which is key in achieving gender equality. In Uganda, the Constitution sets the legal framework for gender equality and states that all persons are equal before and under the law in all spheres of political, economic, social, and cultural life. The Parliament of Uganda has, since the enactment of the 1995 Constitution, enacted labor and social security laws to ensure equality between men and women. For example, the Employment Act, recently the Succession Act, which was passed by Parliament, the Domestic Violence Act, the Prohibition of FGM Act, Prevention of Trafficking in Persons Act, and the Sexual Offences Bill that was passed awaiting signing by His Excellency the President. There are, however, gaps between legislation and the effective implementation of the various laws. We still have deeply rooted traditional and cultural attitudes that view women as inferior. We need to break these barriers. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to walk the talk, even here at the IPU, where since inception of this IPU in 1989, we have seen only 2 female presidents. So let us walk the talk as we move on to urge countries to embrace gender equality. We need to hold government accountable to ensure gender equity and also ensure that gender-sensitive budgeting is undertaken in our parliaments.
Please,
President
your final
Nelson
sentence.
Mandela, as I conclude, President Nelson Mandela did say that freedom cannot be achieved unless women have been emancipated from all kinds of oppression. Achieving gender equality should be a responsibility of every individual, and it all starts with you. In conclusion, there is need to repeal the laws as a catalyst.
Please
but
come
most
to the end.
importantly, we need to fix the unfair systems that have suppressed the opportunities for women. Let us all be the change that we want to see in the world, as Mahatma Gandhi said. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I call on Ms. Edith Estrela, Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of Portugal, to take the floor for her contribution.
Thank you, Madam. Dear colleagues, dear all, in essence, we are asked to answer to 3 main questions: legal, economic, and power. The latter, by its catch-all nature, may be considered both of a political and of a societal nature. The answer to them is simple. We have a long way to go. On the legal equality, we all are aware that this is not yet the reality. A case in point, Afghanistan and recent developments. And what to say about those countries where women are still now deprived of their full civic and political rights. Then we have the economic dimension. Just bear in mind that so many millions of women around the world who ensure by their hard work and abnegation their families' daily survival without access to education, health, and social security. In developed countries, the gender gap may be not so flagrant, yet it is there, although diminishing. And as to power, this is a multifaceted concept. The fact is that women, under every angle, are not yet treated as equals. That is why so many countries set quotas to ensure women's participation in public life. Yet, the power issue is not only political. It is extended to the economy, both to the public sector as well as to the private sectors and the trade unions management. In short, ensuring women's rights remains crucial and remains an unaccomplished task that we must continue to actively give our support and commitment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have another speaker from Bahrain. The speaker from Bahrain, the floor is yours.
شكرا سيدتي رئيسة الجلسة على إتاحة هذه الفرصة لي، ولكنني ربما أختلف قليلاً على ما تم طرحه، ليس اختلافاً في المحتوى والمضمون، وإنما اختلافاً على ما نحن بصدد مناقشته، ونحن على مشارف يعني أواخر القرن 21. نتحدث عن قضايا مهمة جداً، قضايا المناخ وقضايا المساواة بين الجنسين، ونحن يوم أمس أيضا تحدثنا عن هذا الموضوع، المساواة بين الجنسين، في جلسة أخرى بيوم أمس. نعم، هناك مشاكل كثيرة تعاني منها المرأة. نعم، أشعر بحزن وأسى أمام ما يتم طرحه من التمييز بين الجنسين، ولكن أليس يعني آن الأوان أن نتحدث عن الحلول، أن نتحدث عن كيفية تجاوز هذه القضايا التي نطرحها لمدة يعني عدة سنوات، منذ أن أذكر وأنا في هذا المعترك، منذ أن بدأت ناشطة نسوية، نحن نتحدث عن هذه القضية، نتحدث عن المساواة، نتحدث عن التمييز. إلى متى؟ اسمحي لي أن أنقل لكم، وإن كنت لن أستطيع أن أدخل في تفاصيلها التي ذكرتها بجلسة الأمس، تجربة مملكة البحرين الغنية في هذا المجال. نحن كنا في مرحلة تمكين المرأة، ولكن اليوم وبسرعة كبيرة انتقلنا إلى مرحلة تقدم المرأة، فلا نتحدث أبدا عن الجندر أو النوع الاجتماعي، تجاوزنا ذلك، نتحدث عن مواطن كفء كيف يستطيع أن يساهم مساهمة إيجابية في التنمية المستدامة. أنا هنا أشعر بكل أسى للوضع الذي تعاني منه بعض النساء، وخاصة ما حدث مؤخرا في أفغانستان. هنا يعني الجميع يتحمل المسؤولية، وأحمل البرلمانات هذه المسؤولية لكي ننتقل ونناقش الحلول التي نستطيع من خلالها أن ننتقل إلى مرحلة أخرى. لا نكتفي بأن نشخص وأن نطرح وأن نسمع بعضنا البعض قضايا والمشاكل التي تعاني منها سواء كانت النساء أو الأقليات. ما هي الحلول. هنا يأتي دور البرلمانات وبرلمان الIPU الدولي أن يقوم بخطوة إضافية نحو الانتقال إلى إطار آخر يجعلنا نوجد الحلول التي بها نستطيع أن ننتقل إلى مرحلة أخرى. والمرأة هي المسؤولة، فنحن النساء نربي النصف الآخر من المجتمع، نربيهن ونربي أبنائنا على طريقة ما، ثم نأتي ونكون ناشطات لكي نغير هذا الانطباع. فلما لا نبدأ من المنزل بتربية الأبناء تربية حسنة يتجاوز موضوع التمييز ويتجاوز الرجل والمرأة ويكون هو المواطن المتساوي الذي له كل الحقوق والواجبات من أجل نماء وازدهار المجتمع. فنحن مسؤولين. ويقول في كتابنا الكريم إن الله لا يغير ما بقوم حتى يغيروا ما بأنفسهم، فلا يبدأ كل منا بنفسه بالتغيير ابتداء من منزله ثم المحيط الأوسع والأوسع إلى أن يتم هذا التغيير. لأنني حقيقة أتمنى أن لا يأتي اجتماع آخر ونجلس ونتحدث بذات القضايا، المساواة والتمييز والأقليات، كلها قضايا مهمة، ولكن إلى متى نتغنى بها ولا ننتقل إلى إيجاد الحلول. أدعو الجميع إلى النظر في تجربة مملكة البحرين، ليس يعني تسويقا لهذه التجربة بقدر ما هو رغبة في الاستفادة من هذه التجربة، لأنها حقيقة تجربة تستحق النظر والاستفادة منها. فنحن لدينا قيادة حكيمة تنظر إلى المواطن بغض النظر عن نوعه الاجتماعي، ولدينا مجلس أعلى للمرأة بقيادة سيدة البحرين الأولى التي استظلت كل النساء وأخذت بيدهن من مرحلة التمكين إلى مرحلة التقدم. كل الشكر. حقيقة أتمنى أن نأتي اليوم الذي لا نطرح قضية مرأة ورجل. إن كنت أنا امرأة مسلمة من مجتمع عربي وخليجي استطعت أن أدخل هذا المعترك 3 مرات بذات المساواة مع الرجل وأن أفوز وأكون أول امرأة في الوطن العربي في هذا الموقع كرئاسة للمجلس، إذا هناك التشريعات متوفرة وموجودة وصديقة للمرأة. بقى علينا نحن أن ننشئ أبناءنا وننشئ المجتمع نشأة أخرى لكي يتكامل ونتجاوز هذه القضية. كل الشكر والتقدير.
Thank you very much for your enthusiastic speech. The question is whether there are more comments from the floor. We have time for 2 to 3 comments from the floor. If this is the case, please announce your wish. We have the possibilities of having speakers, deputy speakers, or heads of delegation to make some comments. If this is not the case, so I would. Yes, there is some. Yes, there are some.
There are 2. I need to check if there are speakers or heads of delegations. Just 1 minute.
Just a minute. We try to figure out who wants to speak. So we are waiting for the names of the speakers.
Or heads of delegations.
So we ask for speakers, deputy speakers, or heads of delegation to announce if they like to speak.
Deputy speaker. Deputy speaker from Timor-Leste.
Our next speaker is Deputy Speaker from Timor-Leste. Please, you have the floor.
you call him?
No. No. So thank you very much. I just want to kind of not really wrap up, but I think there were two main positions. We had the strong need for legal possibilities to gain gender equalities. We need laws, definitely, everyone agrees, but we need more. And the question, in the last speech was, how do we find solutions and how do we implement that laws? Because good laws are the one thing, but implementation is the other one. And cultural advance sometimes seems to go too slow. So is it education, which again, education is the main issue maybe for countries to implement laws. So how do you, Mr. Birla, implement laws? What is the most important fact for you?
माननीय सभापति जी, सही कहा आपने कि कानून को लागू करने के लिए हमें एक पॉलिसी बनानी पड़ेगी। अभी जितने भी माननीय सभापति, जितने भी स्पीकर, डिप्टी के स्पीकर ने विषय उठाए, उन सबका मानना था कि उनकी अपनी अपनी संसदों ने इन कानून को बनाने का काम किया है, लेकिन कोविड के समय कई समस्याएं देखी है और इस समय परिस्थिति है कि हम बेरिन के डिप्टी स्पीकर ने कहा कि अब समय आ गया है कि हम इसको एग्जीक्यूट करें, कानून को लागू करें और उसके लिए शिक्षा होना महत्वपूर्ण है। जिस जिस देश के अंदर शिक्षा का विस्तार हुआ है या संपूर्ण साक्षरता हुआ है, वहाँ महिलाओं को पूर्ण अधिकार मिला है। इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि अब आईपीयू के प्लेटफॉर्म पर हमें किस तरीके से इस कानून को एग्जीक्यूट करें, सभी संसदें मिलकर इस पर विचार विमर्श करें और सभी संसदें अपने अपने यहाँ पर महिलाओं की सशक्तिकरण के लिए, उनके अधिकार के लिए एक बेहतरीन कानून बनाने का काम करें, ऐसा मेरा सुझाव है।
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask the same question to you. So how can we speed up the way to gender equality? And is it education? How can we speed up the cultural change? We have laws, but then how do we really get to the solutions?
Thank you very much. I think for me, one of the most critical things is political goodwill. Because like you have rightly said, it's one thing to have good laws, but good laws can just remain on paper. So we need the political goodwill to implement the laws that we're making as parliaments, so that it's not left at the discretion of, say, whoever is in leadership at that particular point in time. And of course, another thing that is very, very important is change of attitude. Change of attitude is also very, very, very critical. And we know most countries will be talking about budgets. You don't need a budget to change your attitude. You just need to change an attitude and say, now this is what we are going to do. And we're also happy that this is beginning to happen because even in countries, for example, in East Africa, and I want to give the example of, say, Tanzania, where now we have a lady president. We are looking forward, we are very happy that she's going to champion some of these discriminatory laws that have worked against women. She should be able to lead now that she's in that position of the executive. Countries like even Rwanda, who have also put legislation into place, where you find that it's now leading in terms of women empowerment, women taking serious positions, and other countries that follow. So I think that political goodwill must be very, very, we must emphasize it and also have an effective judiciary. For example, if the judiciary is not going to be effective, if it's not going to support those who break the law, then it's going to be a big problem, because in most of the countries, you'll find that there's a lot of impunity, where people are just breaking the law left, right, and center. So we want an effective judiciary that is also going to implement and take action against those who break the law. But the most important, political goodwill and change of attitude towards the laws that we implement so that we're able to promote the women.
Thank you very much. What is your opinion on the implementation? Because you also mentioned that implementation is so important. So we have the laws, but how do we make people to live the laws? How do we make people to accept the laws? What is necessary?
Bueno, desde el Parlamento Centroamericano hemos venido trabajando en la aprobación de instrumentos legales, pero no solo nos quedamos ahí. Después, cada uno de los diputados que son parte del Parlamento Centroamericano llevan estos instrumentos legales a sus asambleas nacionales de cada uno de los países. Aquí lo fundamental realmente es la educación en la mujer. Entre más educada estemos las mujeres y las niñas, más posibilidades vamos a tener de poder tener esta protección tanto en los ámbitos sociales, económicos, culturales y políticos. Considero que para poder aplicar todos estos instrumentos legales que desde diferentes parlamentos, tanto regionales como nacionales, se tienen, lo necesario es la educación. Entre más educadas estemos, más posibilidades vamos a tener de poder aplicar todos estos instrumentos legales al día de hoy.
Thank you very much. So education is one of the points. Education for girls to know their rights and powers, but also education for boys. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our discussion on the fourth motion of interactive general debates for the Fifth World Conference of Speakers of Parliament here in Vienna. We have heard many different voices and opinions on the elimination of discrimination against women and girls in the law, as well as the various paths towards gender equality. We heard examples for top-down and bottom-up approaches. We talked about awareness, for example, to make aware what is happening, how we can come to gender equality. One of the main things, as we heard, is implementation. Policy changes have to go hand in hand with the implementation, but we know there is not the one and only solution. It very much depends, and we heard that as well, on the region, the social context, the economic situation, on tradition and culture. But there were many interesting examples also given how we can change that. Certainly, a comprehensive approach to gender equality is needed. To change behavior and to change norms, traditional norms, we have to involve as many stakeholders as possible, not to forget, as we said, the boys and the men. But we have to empower women, we have to move forward fast, and we need solutions soon. And I think in the end, distinguished participants, what it is all about is freedom, the freedom for women to decide how they want to live in equality. We hope to see you again in the succeeding debates and panel discussion. This morning we have, I think, a short break of half an hour. And I have two announcements before we close the session. So the IPU and all of you are very active in the social media today, and we invite you to join the social media by using hashtag 5WCPP and tagging the IPU and Parliament of Austria in your Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn posts. And there is another thing. We have about 80 pictures taken already, only 20 more to go. So we kindly ask all speakers to pass by room 2.82 to have their individual picture taken for the group photo montage. This time it is a montage because of COVID, as you know. But surely you want to be on the picture, on the photo, so please move to the room 2.82. So, and then I want to apologize to Syria, to the head of the delegation, because we couldn't take her anymore. So please send an intervention in writing so it can be published. Thank you very much. We end now the session number 4. Thank you. Thank you for participation. Parliamentarians, it is now time to open the fifth and final motion on the agenda. I want to let you know that the session ends at 1:45 p.m. and the session will be followed by a presentation of the IPU President on the IPU Say Yes campaign. So stay for this presentation, please. The title of this motion is Emergency Measures Imposed by the Government Must Always Be Subject to Parliamentary Approval and Regular Review. I think you will agree to me that it is a motion that is particularly significant for parliaments and their speakers, as it concerns the powers of Parliament at a time of crisis. I'm honored to be joined by the speakers of Parliament from Italy, Madagascar, and Palatino, who will open the debate on this motion. Thank you very much for being with us. Before we begin, I would like to say a few words by way of introduction. It is, of course, not the intention of anybody in this room to suggest that Parliament should ever stay aside and allow measures to be enacted by the executive branch of government. We are all fervent supporters of strong parliaments and democracy. However, we are all aware that exceptional circumstances sometimes require exceptional and extraordinary responses. The COVID-19 pandemic has proved a real-life example. Few of us would ever have expected that. And the pandemic has posed challenges to all institutions and governments, including Parliament. The underlying question that I hope we will explore during the debate on this motion is, what lessons can be drawn from this experience? What lessons can we learn from the COVID crisis? So that, and if and when the next emergency situation arises, which we don't hope, Parliament play a central role in the response. To introduce the motion, we are very fortunate to have Mr. Roberto Fico, President of the Chamber of Deputies of Italy. Welcome. We have Ms. Christine Razana Mahasoa, President of the National Assembly of Madagascar. Welcome. Thank you for being with us. They both will speak in favor of the motion, and Mr. Jorge Pizarro, President of Palatino, will speak with a slightly different view. After the opening remarks, I will invite delegates to join the debate, giving priority, of course, to speakers of Parliament. I have already received indications that the speakers from the following countries and organizations will intervene in the debate: from Slovenia, from Suriname, North Macedonia, Angola, Norway, and Nigeria, as well as the heads of delegations from the United Kingdom and Hungary. In accordance with the conference rules, and you have heard that again and again, but I will say it, and to allow the greatest possible participation, I will ask you to keep your presentations, your contributions to 3 minutes. As you see, there is always a lot of interest in our motions, and in this important subject is especially. If you wish afterwards to take the floor, so please raise your country's nameplate and the Secretariat will note. So without further ado, and just straight away, we want to start the debate. And I give the floor to Mr. Roberto Fico, President of the Chamber of Deputies of Italy, to introduce the motion. Mr. Fico, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Buongiorno a tutti. Viviamo in un'epoca contrassegnata da una successione di crisi, dai conflitti armati ai disastri ambientali alle crisi finanziarie. Da ultimo la disastrosa pandemia da Covid-19. È naturale che in situazioni come queste siano gli esecutivi ad adottare per primi i provvedimenti necessari. Sono tuttavia convinto che i parlamenti debbano essere coinvolti fin dal primo momento nella gestione delle emergenze, esercitando con pienezza tutti gli strumenti di indirizzo e controllo sull'operato dei rispettivi governi, per verificare il rispetto dei principi costituzionali e la necessità e proporzionalità dei provvedimenti adottati. Pur nella diversità delle Costituzioni nazionali, credo debba essere comune a tutti i Paesi democratici il principio dell'indispensabile continuità delle istituzioni parlamentari, anche nei più gravi momenti di emergenza nazionale. È proprio in questi momenti che i Parlamenti sono assolutamente indispensabili quali assemblee rappresentative delle istanze di tutti i cittadini e garanti dei loro diritti. Lo dimostra anche l'ultima grande crisi, quella della pandemia. In Italia, dopo lo scoppio del contagio, è stato il Governo ad adottare le prime misure di contenimento della malattia. Ben presto si è tuttavia compreso che la gravità dei provvedimenti necessari richiedevano un diretto coinvolgimento del Parlamento. Si è quindi intervenuti con decreti leggi, strumenti d'urgenza emanati dal Governo che debbono essere convertiti in legge entro 60 giorni dal Parlamento, che può introdurvi delle modifiche. Attraverso questa via l'emergenza è stata in gran parte parlamentarizzata, con la definizione per legge dei contenuti generali e dei limiti dei provvedimenti per far fronte alla crisi sanitaria. A questo si è accompagnata un'intensissima attività di controllo in serie di assemblea e di commissioni sull'operato del Governo. Anche nei periodi più terribili del contagio, l'attività in presenza del Parlamento non si è mai fermata, riorganizzando completamente gli spazi per garantire il rispetto delle misure sanitarie. In questi mesi è stato per noi fondamentale confrontarci con quanto facevano i Parlamenti degli altri Paesi. L'Unione Interparlamentare ha da questo punto di vista svolto un ruolo utilissimo nel rendere disponibili attraverso il suo sito le migliori pratiche dei diversi Parlamenti in periodo di pandemia. Trovo quindi di alto valore simbolico il fatto che la prima grande conferenza parlamentare internazionale si celebri qui a Vienna grazie all'iniziativa dell'Unione Interparlamentare e alla perfetta ospitalità del Parlamento austriaco, cui vanno i miei più sentiti ringraziamenti. Sono convinto che nessuna democrazia può salvarsi da sola, senza la solidarietà e il collegamento con altre democrazie. Spero che questa riunione possa portare un determinante contributo per rafforzare questa consapevolezza in tutti i Paesi del mondo. Grazie.
Thank you very much for your contribution. I think this is a good possibility with this motion to learn, as you said, from other countries and to have this good exchange. I want to give the floor to Ms. Christine Razanama-Hasoa. Please, the floor is yours.
Merci Madame la modératrice, chers panélistes, chers collègues présidents et présidentes de Parlement, Excellences Mesdames et Messieurs, je voudrais vous exprimer d'emblée tout le plaisir que j'éprouve en me retrouvant aujourd'hui parmi vous à l'occasion de cette 5e conférence mondiale des présidents de Parlement afin d'échanger sur le thème annoncé. La pandémie de Covid-19 a bouleversé notre vie, n'ayant épargné aucun pays du monde. À Madagascar, dès la constatation des premiers cas de contamination en mars 2020,
et ce, conformément à la Constitution, le président de la République a pris l'habitude de convoquer régulièrement les présidents des institutions, notamment le Sénat, l'Assemblée nationale, la Haute Cour constitutionnelle, pour un dialogue et une concertation concernant les mesures à entreprendre dans le pays. Quant au Parlement, malgré ces temps troubles impactant significativement la continuité des fonctions parlementaires, nous pouvons affirmer que le rôle de contrôle du Parlement n'a pas pour autant régressé. Plusieurs textes législatifs d'urgence approuvant des accords de prêt ou d'aide ont été adoptés, permettant au gouvernement de répondre à l'urgence et de gérer efficacement la crise. Pour répondre à la question « Pourquoi les mesures d'urgence décidées par le gouvernement doivent toujours être soumises à l'approbation du Parlement et être régulièrement revues ?» Premièrement, afin de renforcer le pouvoir du Parlement, afin de permettre un meilleur équilibre des pouvoirs entre l'exécutif et le législatif, même en temps de situation d'urgence. La prorogation ou la levée de l'état d'urgence sanitaire par voie législative est nécessaire. Signalons que Madagascar a levé l'état d'urgence sanitaire. Deuxièmement, il est du devoir du Parlement de mettre en place les cadres juridiques nécessaires à cet effet. En dehors de ses fonctions principales, il est également de la responsabilité de contrôler il est de la responsabilité des parlementaires de contrôler, d'évaluer les mesures et actions prises par le gouvernement en réponse aux crises posées par la pandémie. Le Parlement doit même promouvoir la transparence sur l'évolution de la gestion de la crise afin de conserver la confiance du public. La présente crise nous enseigne que le Parlement est conduit à être plus à l'écoute de la population. Pour conclure, mesdames et messieurs, je voudrais profiter de ce moment pour remercier tous les parlementaires du monde qui ont contribué à la continuité de la vie démocratique et le contrôle du Parlement depuis le début de la pandémie jusqu'à ce jour, réaffirmant notre volonté de servir notre pays et d'être ce symbole d'espoir et d'expression de la voix de nos électeurs. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this important input. Now we ask Mr. Jorge Pizarro, President of Palatino, for your speech. Please.
Muchas gracias. Quiero manifestar en primer lugar que el Parlamento Latinoamericano está formado por 23 congresos nacionales de América Latina y el Caribe. Nuestros países tienen regímenes presidenciales y eso hace una diferencia gigantesca con los sistemas parlamentarios. Lo primero que quiero afirmar es que las instituciones del Estado cumplen un rol preponderante en el momento de establecer los parámetros y fines de la política nacional y, por consiguiente, los parlamentos nacionales tienen la tarea más importante en la construcción de la sociedad al establecer los mecanismos legales para el desarrollo y bienestar de la población. Por eso es que afirmamos con total claridad que sin Parlamento no hay democracia y los parlamentos son la expresión de la voluntad y soberanía del pueblo. Esa es la razón por la cual los parlamentos tienen la obligación de controlar, de fiscalizar, de transparentar lo que son las decisiones del Ejecutivo y velar porque esas ejecuciones respeten los intereses del país, pero también los derechos humanos de todas las personas. Se me ha pedido que diga algo en contra de la acción de los parlamentos y es muy difícil porque todos estamos de acuerdo que cualquier decisión que tome un gobierno, sobre todo en estado de excepción, requiere de acuerdo de los parlamentos. ¿Dónde creo yo que están las dificultades? La dificultad para la participación de los parlamentos se genera cuando los parlamentarios, cada uno de nosotros, siendo representantes de nuestros electores y de los ciudadanos, tenemos que responder a esos intereses particulares. Debemos responder a las demandas ciudadanas que en esta sociedad globalizada cada día están más focalizadas, son de nicho, son sectoriales, y por lo tanto los parlamentarios cuando empiezan a responder a intereses de grupos o particulares o electorales caen en la lógica de tomar decisiones para las cuales no tenemos facultades. Eso se llama populismo, se llama demagogia, se llama que el Parlamento, en el caso de Latinoamérica y el Caribe, cuando no tiene, porque no tienen facultades, por ejemplo, para disponer de recursos financieros, toma decisiones que van más allá de sus facultades. Y eso genera indudablemente un problema grave en la gestión de la administración del Estado, del buen uso de los recursos, genera endeudamiento de los países y también genera endeudamiento de las personas. Entonces, muchas veces por presionar a un gobierno que no ha sido eficaz en la solución de los problemas ciudadanos, el desempleo que ha generado la crisis, la falta de posibilidad de educación de los jóvenes cuando no tienen acceso a Internet, la situación laboral desmedrada de las mujeres, la pandemia que ha generado problemas de violencia intrafamiliar grande que obliga a las mujeres a quedarse en sus hogares, las diferencias o los abusos que se producen por medidas adoptadas por los ejecutivos que van en desmedro del resguardo y derecho de las personas, el restringir las libertades de circulación, el generar toques de queda, impedir el cierre de las fronteras, impedir la realización de actividades económicas, es decir, generan una serie de desafíos sociales que las más de las veces los gobiernos, los ejecutivos no están en condiciones de asumir y el Parlamento asume, por lo tanto, decisiones en estas materias que no le corresponden y que a la larga terminan generando un daño para la estabilidad política, social y económica del país y también a las personas que se quiere beneficiar. Diría, señora moderadora, que el aspecto más complejo es cuando los parlamentos empiezan a asumir posturas populistas, demagógicas, que van más allá de sus facultades y eso también genera inestabilidad en nuestro sistema democrático. Muchas gracias, presidente.
Thank you very much for your contributions. We've seen it is very important that parliaments function, that democracy works. Without parliaments, there is no democracy, as you said, but that there are also difficulties in meeting, for example, in participation because of the crisis. So now let's continue the debate. Allow me to request all speakers again to keep your contributions to 3 minutes. We come now to the first speaker, who is Mr. Igor Zorčić, President of the National Assembly of Slovenia, to be followed by the Speaker of the National Assembly of Suriname. Mr. Speaker Zorčić, you have the floor.
Dear Chairperson, thank you. Dear colleagues, to mitigate the impacts of the pandemic, swift and effective action is needed. Action that can promptly adapt to the changing epidemiological situation and that is also successful. And while many governments, depending on the political system in place and the applicable laws that give governments specific powers to act in the event of a pandemic, have responded relatively quickly, opinions on the effectiveness of their response vary. The COVID-19 pandemic has shown that effectiveness in dealing with health crisis cannot be achieved only with measures, some restricting human rights, but rather and above all with the broadest possible social consensus on individual measures. Only in such way they gain legitimacy and can be deemed effective as they are complied with a large circle of addresses without any threat of repression, for example, in the form of fines. Parliaments can and must assume their share of responsibility in such regard. Measures adopted independently by a government based on its statutory powers should be discussed in Parliament, namely by the competent parliamentary working body. In this way, Parliament does not take over government tasks, but oversees its activity, giving greater legitimacy to its decisions. In Slovenia, the Communicable Diseases Act, which authorizes the government to take measures in the event of pandemic, was recently considered by the Constitutional Court. The court found the act unconstitutional as the powers it confers to the government are too general, and the act should clearly specify the measures that the government can adopt in the event of a pandemic. The act provides that National Assembly is only informed of measures taken by the government and the expert assessments delivered in such regard. In my opinion, the role of the Parliament in such case is too reduced. The government should at least inform the competent Parliament working body of the planned measures before they are adopted. By doing so, it would give the Parliament the chance to hold a substantive debate and actively participate in the adoption of the measures, and this would lead to greater legitimacy of such measures, as well as to their greater effectiveness and public acceptance. Ladies and gentlemen, let the time of COVID-19 pandemic one day be remembered as a time when parliaments and democracy became stronger. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Then how we can enforce Parliament. We come to the next speaker, Marinius B., Chairman of the National Assembly of Suriname. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the beginning of the coronavirus crisis, the government had to make decisions fast. Involving Parliament in those decisions was difficult, both because of the pace required and because assembling MPs in one place was conflicting with the government's own guidance on social distancing. Suriname is in favor of parliamentary approval and regular review on emergency measures imposed by governments based on the following reasons. Given the impact of emergency measures on fundamental rights and freedoms and on the normal function of democracy, emergency measures need to be carefully examined, matched with adequate legal safeguards and subject to close democratic inspection. We need to adopt special measures to tackle the spread of the coronavirus involving the strain of temporary restriction on certain rights and freedoms, such as freedom of movement, freedom of assembly and of association, the right to education, and the right to engage in work. Emergency powers allow the government to introduce measures that may affect fundamental rights, such as the right to liberty. These measures can only be introduced in exceptional situations and should be temporary in nature. As parliamentarians evaluate how they adapted to the pandemic, it's an opportunity to consider how to build a permanent flexibility into everyday work to ensure preparation for the next major emergency. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. This is a question which we might also have to follow, is how do we prepare for a next, we hope it won't come, for a next possible emergency. We come to North Macedonia, the President of the Parliament, Talat Khaveri. Please, you have the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would just like to inform you that the interpretation will be consecutive in Macedonian and English language.
Thank you very much.
Почитани воведничари, почитани колеги, председатели на парламенти, дами и господа. Чест ми е да ве поздравам од име на Собранието на Република Северна Македонија од мое лично име и да го образложам моето гледиште во однос на воведните излагања на почитуваните колеги за итните мерки, наметнати од владите и неопходноста од нивното подложување на парламентарно одобрување и редовен преглед. Живееме во навистина воредни услови и секојдневни предизвици кои се разликуваат по своја природа, тежина, неочекуваност и способност за ширење, прелевање и влијание врз начинот на живот и функционирање на помали или поголеми групи на граѓани на светот, или пак имаат огромна разорна моќ врз целиот свет. Тоа што не знаеме, што не очекува во секој иден час, не значи дека не треба да бидеме подготвени да реагираме и да го дадеме соодветниот одговор. Иако опасностите, предизвиците, колку и да се насетуваат, не можат до детали да се знаат, сепак е потребно да се има претходно подготвена законска основа, која ќе го даде сиот потребен легитимитет на парламентите и на парламентарците како легитимни представници на народот за носење на тешките, но неопходни одлуки.
Dear speakers, dear fellows, presidents of parliaments, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to greet you on behalf of the Assembly of the Republic of North Macedonia and my behalf, and to explain my views in terms of the introductory speeches of my esteemed colleagues on the emergency measures imposed by governments and the necessity of their submission to parliamentary approval and regular review. We live in truly extraordinary circumstances and daily challenges which differ in their nature, severity, unexpectedness, and ability to spread, overflow, and influence the lifestyle and functioning of smaller or larger groups of citizens in the world, or they have an enormous destructive power over the whole world. Not knowing what to expect at any given hour does not mean that we should not be prepared to react and respond accordingly. Although the dangers, the challenges, no matter how sensed, cannot be known in detail, so it is still necessary to have a previously prepared legal basis that will provide all the necessary legitimacy to parliaments and parliamentarians as legitimate representatives of the people to make difficult but necessary decisions.
Се разбира дека пандемијата со вирусот COVID-19 не ја заобиколи ниту Република Северна Македонија, па и ние се соочивме со истите комплексни предизвици како и сите. Дополнително во 2020 година имавме предвремени парламентарни избори кои беа неопходни за нормалното функционирање на законодавниот дом, па во тој период, согласно Уставот, ингеренциите беа во рацете на председателот на државата за прогласување на воредна состојба или пак владата со усвојување на мерки за кризна состојба со една единствена цел да нема криза во функционирањето на државниот апарат со цел водење сметка за здравјето на нашите граѓани. Сепак, едно мора да ни биде јасно, а тоа е дека тие мерки не се и не смеат да бидат ниту долгорочни, ниту постојани, затоа што тоа би можело да резултира со ограничување на парламентарниот надзор, кој е пак суштински за еден здрав демократски систем. Нам ни е разбирливо ограничувањето на правото за собирање со оглед на протоколите за социјално дистанцирање, но во исто време мораме да бидеме внимателни да не дојде до злоупотреба на воредните овластувања од страна на владите, нели? Надзорната улога на парламентите мора секогаш да се има на ум, за да се запази транспарентноста, инклузивноста, а во исто време почитувањето на демократските принципи со сите права, слободи и обврски кои се есенцијален дел на тие принципи.
Of course, the COVID-19 pandemic did not bypass the Republic of North Macedonia either, so we face the same complex challenges as everyone. Furthermore, in 2020 we had early parliamentary elections that were necessary for the normal functioning of the legislature. So in that period, under the Constitution, the competencies were in the hands of the President of the state to declare a state of emergency, or the government, by adopting measures for a crisis situation with a single goal, to avoid crisis in the functioning of the state apparatus in order to take care of the health of our citizens. However, one thing must be clear to us, that these measures are not and must not be long-term or permanent, because they could result in a limitation of parliamentary oversight, which is essential for a healthy democratic system. We understand the restriction of the right to assemble, given the protocols for social distancing, but at the same time, we must be careful to avoid the abuse of the emergency competences given by the governments. Right. The oversight role of parliaments must always be borne in mind in order to preserve transparency, inclusiveness, and at the same time respect of democratic principles with all the rights, freedoms, and obligations which are an essential part of those principles.
Почитувани присутни, можеби пандемиската криза можеме да ја гледаме и како можност за воочување на слабостите кои постоеле, меѓутоа не доаѓале до израз. И во иднина да водиме сметка токму тие слаби алки, да ги зајакнеме и продолжиме напред со особен фокус на почитувањето на човековите права и слободи. Така ќе бидеме и посилни и поподготвени за идните предизвици. Ви благодарам на вниманието.
Distinguished guests, perhaps we can see the pandemic crisis also as an opportunity for identifying the weaknesses that have existed but did not come to the fore, and in the future to take into account to strengthen those particular weak links and move forward with a particular focus on respect of human rights and freedoms. This way we will be stronger and more prepared for the future challenges. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much for your contribution. We follow on to the Speaker of the National Assembly of Angola, Mr. Fernando da Piedra Dias dos Santos.
Excelências, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, permitam-me, em primeiro lugar, saudar e congratular Vossas Excelências pela escolha e profundidade das abordagens aqui apresentadas sobre o tema as medidas de emergência impostas pelos governos devem estar sempre sujeitas à aprovação parlamentar e à revisão regular. Não há dúvidas que este debate tem uma natureza política, mas sobretudo moral e ética, no sentido do exercício do poder político de forma...
In italiano no, non in italiano.
Tradução.
No translation. They started. No, okay. Sorry, there was no translation, but it started now.
Okay. Can you start again?
If you continue, I think they translate.
Não há dúvidas que este debate tem uma natureza política, mas sobretudo moral e ética, no sentido do exercício do poder político de forma equilibrada e sempre com foco na defesa das liberdades fundamentais e garantias dos cidadãos, os nossos eleitores e detentores da soberania popular. Hoje, a atual situação de pandemia e a sua gravidade e impacto no que concerne à sobrevivência da humanidade, não há dúvidas que este debate tem uma obriga-nos mais do que nunca a uma ação comum de dimensão global. A ocorrência de situações de emergência decorrentes das alterações climáticas a nível mundial e particularmente a pandemia da Covid-19 justificam com maior equidade a adoção de medidas de emergências pelos Estados. Excelências, no que se refere a Angola, não obstante o sul do país ser de forma cíclica, severamente afetada pela estiagem, foi a ocorrência da pandemia da Covid-19 que determinou pela primeira vez que o Parlamento tivesse que intervir para autorizar o Governo a declarar o estado de emergência, no âmbito das medidas implementadas para a prevenção, controle e contenção de riscos à saúde pública para evitar o alastramento da pandemia e as graves consequências que são associadas. Honra-me destacar que a Constituição da República de Angola estabelece a obrigatoriedade da audição prévia da Assembleia Nacional para a declaração do estado de emergência. Neste particular, a Assembleia Nacional de Angola exerceu o seu papel legiferante, pronunciando-se sobre as sucessivas prorrogações do estado de emergência, destacando-se as medidas essenciais ligadas à prevenção e controle da Covid-19, que foram paulatinamente liberalizadas, tais como as restrições à liberdade de circulação e quarentena obrigatórias. Consequentemente, houve a necessidade de alteração da Lei de Proteção Civil para balizar a atuação do Estado em situação de calamidade pública, respeitando os direitos fundamentais dos cidadãos. Como resultado de todas as medidas implementadas, podemos regozijar-nos que, em termos de vidas humanas, até a presente data, Angola, com uma população estimada em 33 milhões de habitantes, registrou cerca de 47 mil casos, dos quais aproximadamente 43 mil recuperados 2.906 ativos e 1.217 óbitos. Até o momento foram ministradas 2.023.309 doses de vacinas de vários tipos. Apelamos, no entanto, para a necessidade do esforço que deverá continuar a ser feito para o acesso à vacina por todos os países, não deixando ninguém para trás, e o reforço dos mecanismos internacionais de cooperação para o desenvolvimento, com vista ao fortalecimento da resiliência dos sistemas nacionais de saúde pública para fazer frente à crise e dar tempo aos governos para o desenvolvimento de capacidades com uma estratégia de agilidade face à evolução da doença. Para terminar, reitero os nossos agradecimentos pelo acolhimento caloroso que nos foi proporcionado pelas autoridades deste encantador país. Muito obrigado pela vossa atenção. Desculpa por ter ultrapassado o tempo.
Thank you very much. We are very happy that you enjoy Austria and Vienna. So you are always very welcome. Thank you very much. We come to the next speaker. It's the President of the National Assembly of Niger, Seni Umaru. Please, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Madame la Présidente, chers collègues honorables parlementaires, je rappellerai tout simplement que les mesures d'urgence ont toujours figuré dans les constitutions qui se sont succédées au Niger. Cependant, il a fallu attendre ces toutes dernières années pour que notre pays expérimente les situations qui nécessitent la proclamation de l'état d'urgence. Ces situations sont relatives à la lutte contre le terrorisme et aux mesures de sauvegarde contre la pandémie du coronavirus. Dans tous les deux cas, le gouvernement, sur la base d'une disposition de la Constitution, décide par décret de la proclamation de l'état d'urgence dans les zones concernées pour une période de 3 mois. À l'expiration de ce délai, toute prorogation de l'état d'urgence nécessite l'approbation de l'Assemblée nationale. Jusqu'ici, au regard des enjeux des deux situations que je viens d'évoquer, l'Assemblée nationale a toujours approuvé à l'unanimité tous les projets de loi portant prorogation de l'état d'urgence. En effet, les députés dans leur ensemble ont toujours considéré que les questions sécuritaires et sanitaires transcendent tous les clivages. Les débats concernant ces deux problématiques, quoique assez fréquents, sont toujours conduits sans polémique politicienne excessive. Dès lors que le gouvernement respecte les prérogatives parlementaires en soumettant à l'Assemblée nationale les projets concernés, les discussions se focalisent principalement sur les mesures d'accompagnement de l'état d'urgence, notamment les dispositions à prendre pour éviter de paralyser les activités économiques vitales. Madame la Présidente, pour finir, je dirais qu'au-delà des questions de prérogatives entre le gouvernement et l'Assemblée nationale, l'urgence pour nos pays et surtout de pouvoir compter sur la contribution du multilatéralisme pour vaincre le terrorisme et surtout pour arrêter la pandémie du coronavirus. À cet égard, il faudrait agir pour que les coûts de la vaccination universelle soient ramenés à la portée de tous les pays. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. We come now to the next speaker. It's the Deputy Speaker of the House of Commons of the United Kingdom, Madame Dame Eleanor Lane. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I'm very pleased to be invited to speak briefly on this particular session of our conference because I consider this to be one of the most important sessions because it concerns what we actually do as parliamentarians to fulfill our duty to hold governments to account, and that, after all, is why we're elected. There's always, as many people have said this morning, a delicate balance between the power of the state and the freedom of the people. And effective democracy means governing by the consent of the people. This is a principle that we hold very dear in the United Kingdom. And it does mean that people have to have confidence in the laws that are being made by our Parliament. So, first of all, they have to have confidence that the laws they're required to follow have been made in a fair and honest manner. And secondly, that the lawmaking process has been properly scrutinized by the elected representatives of the people. And I would suggest to the conference that these principles are more important than ever when we have all been putting it in place greater restrictions than ever before on the freedom of the individual because of the way we've had to deal with the COVID pandemic. In the UK Parliament, we have made sure that certain checkpoints have been put into the system. The Coronavirus Act 2020 was passed, and we then insisted that the Secretary of State has to produce a report every 2 months, that the House of Commons has to approve provisions every 6 months, and that a debate must be held regularly. Most importantly, we have also used secondary legislation, and I'm happy to tell you that we have debated 486 statutory instruments, that is, pieces of secondary legislation, over 51 hours of debate. So proper scrutiny has taken place of the wide-ranging provisions. And in conclusion, Madam Chairman, I would say that the use of emergency provisions does indeed reduce the opportunity for parliamentary scrutiny. The reduction in scrutiny is likely to have an impact on the quality of legislation, but that this may be justified in the very particular circumstances in which we now find ourselves, but must be used sparingly to ensure that the role of the legislature, and therefore the integrity of the legislative process, is never undermined. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It really shows how important it is to scrutinize the government and to have parliamentary debates. We come to the next speaker. It's the Deputy Speaker of Hungary, Mr. Istvan Jakab. The floor is yours, please.
Tisztelt elnök asszony, tisztelt házának és alelnök kollégák, hölgyeim és uraim! Magyarországon a rendkívüli jogrendi esetek különleges állapotok. Az országgyűlés által elfogadott alaptörvényben eredetileg is részletesen szabályozottak voltak. A 6 különleges jogrendi állapotból 5 esetben az országgyűlés rendeli el és szünteti meg azt, vagy a kormány által elrendelt különleges jogrendi állapot alatt hozott intézkedéseket utólagosan ő hosszabbítja meg, illetve hagyja jóvá. Kivétel ez alól váratlan támadás, mint különleges helyzet. Számos országhoz hasonlóan Magyarországon is a kormány jogosult elrendelni a vészhelyzetet, azonban a hozott intézkedéseket az országgyűlésnek meg kell hosszabbítani, különben azok 15 nap elteltével hatályukat vesztik. A kormány az első hullám kezdetekor, 2020. március 11-én vészhelyzetet hirdetett. A járványhelyzet egyes hullámai során a Magyarországgyűlés törvényben adta meg a szükséges felhatalmazást a kormánynak, illetve a kormány intézkedéseinek hatályát meghosszabbította azzal, hogy fenntartotta a visszavonási jogát. Ez az úgynevezett vészfék klauzula. Fontosnak tartom hangsúlyozni, hogy a magyar törvényhozás a járványvédelmi intézkedések betartásával a kormánynak adott felhatalmazás mellett a képviselők fizikai jelenlétével is ülésezett, sőt, ellenőrző funkciói a járványhelyzet kezdetén megerősödtek. A járvány tapasztalatai alapján az alaptörvényi szabályok módosítása tovább erősítette az országgyűlés szerepét. A parlament döntéséhez jelenleg egyszerű többség elegendő, de 2023-tól a vészhelyzet meghosszabbítására adott parlamenti felhatalmazáshoz is minősített többségre lesz szükséges majd. A Covid törvények külön is előírták a magyar kormány számára, hogy rendszeresen adjon tájékoztatást a védekezés helyzetéről a plenáris ülésen. Ez napirend előtt meg is történt. A járványhelyzet megjelenésekor annak érdekében, hogy a határozathozatallal együtt járó teljes létszámú jelenlét alkalmait csökkentsük, a frakciók megalapodása alapján a szavazást is igénylő interpellációk mellett az azonnali kérdéseket részesítettük előnyben, hetente kétszeresére emelt időtartamban. Egyértelmű tehát, hogy Magyarországon a Covid intézkedéseinek törvény általi korlátai vannak, továbbá az is, hogy a különleges állapot alatt az országgyűlési ellenőrzési folyamat fennáll, amely a demokratikus működés alapja. Köszönöm megtisztelő figyelmüket.
Thank you very much for your contribution. We move on to the first Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of Ghana, Mr. Joseph Osei Owusu. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. It is a truism to state that the COVID-19 pandemic has come to stay, at least in the foreseeable future. Its impact has been devastating to the global economy, just as it's constrained the space for good governance around the world. The quest for the containment of the pandemic has scaled up the use of emergency powers by a number of governments in the world, giving rise to the widespread abuse of powers. The threat to democracy occasioned by this appears to be more catastrophic than the losses that have been experienced by humanity during the pandemic, as the world risks losing the dividends of democracy should we fail to act in unison and act fast enough. There appears to be a shrinking space of democracy as a result of the search for solutions to the pandemic, and this has been characterized in a number of countries by the excessive use of emergency powers by the executive arms of government, often reflecting in decisions taken without recourse to the legislature, in some cases without due consideration to the concerns of opposition parties, and in most cases very repressive in their outlook. Such decisions, devoid of public inputs, do not often reflect the preference of the governed. Neither do they guarantee the public choices made by them, liable to the scaling down of the standard of living of the people. Human rights abuses are inherent in this, as basic freedoms are denied the people. The use of draconian measures to impose far-reaching restrictions in certain parts of the world, the expansion of the emergency powers of certain governments around the world beyond the reasonable remit of the law, and the suppression of media freedoms to publish anything other than what is politically correct for the perspective of governments, among others, are examples of undemocratic measures taken by certain governments under the guise of fighting the pandemic through the instrumentality of the emergency powers. There is no gainsaying the fact that the emergency powers are essential in dealing with major global challenges, including the COVID-19 pandemic. It is, however, for good reason that the laws of most countries require that emergency measures undertaken by governments are brought to the legislature for the ratification, and particularly for extension beyond the minimal terms that the laws often grant governments to exercise. In Ghana, the imposition of restrictions legislation granted the President of the Republic to deal with the pandemic limited any emergency regulations enacted to a maximum period of 3 months in the first instance and to an extended period of only 3 more months when it is absolutely necessary. That way, Parliament retained its control of the regulatory authority of the country. In this day and age, when the Sustainable Development Goals call for inclusive approaches to ensure that development is holistic and participatory, and to ensure sustainability, fighting the pandemic cannot take a different path for improved results. Altogether, the legitimacy granted by the parliamentary approval of the use of emergency powers by governments is complemented by the implicit consent of the public to cooperate with the government in finding a lasting solution to the problem. In the light of the foregoing, it is my considered view that it is always necessary to subject the use of emergency powers by governments to the regular legislative scrutiny and reviews. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We come to the next speaker from Mali. Mali.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Merci. Spasiba Kharasho. Merci beaucoup de m'avoir donné la parole. Pour ce qui est de ce thème-là, en ce qui concerne le Mali, nous avons le même genre d'opération que la République du Niger. Et je voudrais profiter de cette occasion pour saluer le président du Niger qui est dans cette salle, parce que nous avons la même façon de fonctionner en ce qui concerne l'état d'urgence. En ce qui concerne la déclaration de guerre, le gouvernement, le président de la République et le gouvernement peuvent prendre un décret pour déclarer la guerre pendant une dizaine de jours, mais après la dizaine de jours, la prorogation de cette déclaration de guerre est déférée devant le Parlement. Et le Parlement maintenant proroge naturellement la déclaration de guerre si la guerre n'est pas terminée, jusqu'à ce que le gouvernement ait besoin de renvoyer le décret devant l'Assemblée nationale pour maintenant mettre fin à la guerre ou proroger encore ce même décret. Il y a chez nous ce qu'on appelle les pouvoirs exceptionnels du président de la République. Ça, c'est prévu à l'article 50 de la Constitution. À ce niveau, nous n'avons pas beaucoup de choses à faire, mais le seul acquis que nous avons, c'est que pendant cette période où le président de la République exerce ses pouvoirs exceptionnels, il ne peut dissoudre l'Assemblée nationale. Ça veut dire simplement qu'au niveau du Parlement, nous continuons à fonctionner normalement. Et à la fin, maintenant, nous évaluons la façon dont il a exercé ses pouvoirs exceptionnels et nous interrogeons le gouvernement qui va mettre en place, parce que le gouvernement est responsable devant le Parlement. Je vais parler un tout petit peu de la Covid-19. J'en ai parlé hier. Je voudrais insister sur la solidarité des pays riches par rapport aux pays pauvres, aux pays fragiles. Nous avons des problèmes. Vous ne pouvez pas être, je ne sais pas moi, indifférent aux problèmes qui se passent dans les pays fragiles. Et je voudrais que cette Assemblée générale de l'Union interparlementaire prenne la déclaration de Vienne pour demander à l'ensemble des pays riches de mettre tous les pays sur le même pied d'égalité en ce qui concerne la vaccination, et cela dans le meilleur délai. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. We have a last speaker from Iceland.
Yeah, thank you. I would answer the question concerned. We are discussing, obviously, with a yes, but we have to keep in mind that the executive power, a government, can have a constitutional law and lawful duty to act under certain circumstances. In the Icelandic system, it's even so that the chief medical health officer, he can unilaterally take some measures in a situation of extreme risk. But of course, he then has to get consent from the Minister of Health and government from Parliament. Now, if we are in a parliamentary-based system where a government normally has to have a majority backing or at least be tolerated by Parliament, obviously this should be avoided at all costs, that governments take the extraordinary powers into their hands, and what Parliament can do is to strictly limit, both in subject and time, what actions government can take without a formal approval of Parliament. In Iceland, we were successful in keeping the Parliament up and running. This was mentioned yesterday by both our President and the General Secretary, how important that has been in this pandemic. That, for instance, in our case, meant that the Minister of Health could every other week report to Parliament on the situation in the pandemic. So one could say that the first duty of a Parliament in a crisis situation is to secure its own operations, make sure that Parliament is open and up and running. Then the democratic aspect, of course, should not be overlooked. The fact that members of Parliament, well, let's hope so, are directly and fairly and democratically elected by the people, obviously to leave as much power in their hands as possible is likely to limit the risk of a gap between society and the authorities. But finally, I think, and what is the biggest risk here, I think, is that parliaments give in to pressures in extreme situations and grant the authorities, executive powers, extraordinary rights. And that, of course, should be avoided at all costs. We saw some quite worrying tendencies towards that direction in the beginning of the pandemic. I'm not going to mention names, obviously. But I think we should, in light of what since has happened, and that we are now 1.5 years into this situation, how important it is not to lose its nerves and give in to pressure. So Parliament should stand in their own rights and secure their own operations and avoid at all costs to grant the executive power extraordinary powers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It raises up a really important question. So how can we manage, how can parliaments manage really to meet and to follow their work? But also, on the other hand, how can the balance be between parliaments and governments when there are emergency situations? So I can't see any more contributions. It also raised the question, I think that this motion is really a very important one, and it was said before. We learned a lot of interesting examples from different countries, and this came up as well, that this is important to have this exchange because there are good ideas among you, so one can learn. And that it is our or it's the Parliament's duties to hold governments account and to scrutinize them. And what certainly is needed is transparency. Transparency because the people have to accept the laws. So this is a very important point as well. I think that parliaments have to be prepared for emergency measures. So I think we have certainly had a lesson to learn with the COVID-19 crisis. And I ask you also on the panel, what are your final remarks? And learning about this crisis and the pandemic, parliaments usually are only prepared for war situations in their laws, but not for a crisis we just had, the corona crisis. But there are lots of concerns about the climate change and the difficult situations we face this summer, for example. So how can parliaments prepare also for the unforeseeable? What about blackouts? What about things that really give huge problems to Parliament, to the government, to all international organizations? So what are the measures that you really have to look for and which you really have to take to be prepared for emergencies like the one we just had, but also for the future? So what do you take from the discussion, Mr. Fico, please?
Sì, io credo che nelle nostre Costituzioni senza dubbio sono enunciati principi e valori fondamentali che ci permettono anche di affrontare queste emergenze. I Parlamenti in questa fase hanno comunque e sempre avuto e devono avere un ruolo centrale, perché è il luogo del dibattito, è il luogo dell'indirizzo, è il luogo del controllo ed è il luogo della legislazione. Quindi dobbiamo far sì che i Parlamenti siano sempre al centro, siano rafforzati, e credo che in questo periodo abbiamo imparato tante cose e oggi credo che sapremo affrontare sia a livello governativo che a livello parlamentare queste situazioni di emergenza in modo senza dubbio più veloce e migliore.
Thank you. Would you like to comment, have a final remark?
Oui, je vous remercie. Enfin, je pense que justement ce contrôle du Parlement est incontournable dans de pareilles situations, et justement en pareil cas de crise de ce genre, cette crise, enfin, c'est là la complémentarité. Et puis les crises qui requièrent, la solution aux crises requiert un équilibre de pouvoir et du législatif et de l'exécutif. Parce que là, chaque institution assurera son rôle pleinement et de manière à aboutir à un résultat efficient et efficace.
Thank you. I also ask you for the remark, and the question is, you said it's difficult sometimes to meet, so how can you face that as well?
Okay. Bien, primero agradecer a todos los colegas los aportes al debate de acuerdo a la realidad que vive cada uno de nuestros países. Pero hay un denominador común. Todos, prácticamente todos, sin excepción, se refieren a los riesgos que implican los estados de emergencia, los estados de excepción, que otorgan facultades extraordinarias a los ejecutivos. ¿Y cuál es el riesgo? Fundamentalmente el abuso del control de una mayor autoridad, el abuso que puede decaer en autoritarismos, que puede decaer en restricciones de los derechos de las personas, de los ciudadanos, más allá de los límites establecidos en nuestras propias constituciones. Y por lo tanto, ahí es donde hay un rol fundamental de los congresos en materia de control, de fiscalización, de transparencia y de seguimiento de las medidas que se adoptan con respecto a la emergencia sanitaria, tanto en recursos financieros como en el uso de los recursos materiales o técnicos. Los procesos de vacunación, por ejemplo, en nuestros países de América Latina han sido complejos por la desconfianza que se genera en el privilegio del uso de las vacunas para determinados sectores, discriminando a otros. Y eso afecta a la credibilidad ciudadana. El segundo tema, que me llamó mucho la atención y agradezco al colega de Macedonia, es que él habló de una frase que nosotros compartimos y vivimos en Latinoamérica. Dice, la pandemia desnudó las debilidades de nuestras sociedades. En el caso de las sociedades latinoamericanas, la pandemia desnudó la terrible desigualdad que existe en nuestros países, desigualdad social, desigualdad política, desigualdad económica y desigualdad cultural. Eso, por lo tanto, nos lleva, querida moderadora, a una pregunta que varios hicieron. ¿Qué hacemos entonces los congresos o qué rol jugamos los congresos para avanzar en la disminución de esa brecha de la desigualdad? ¿Cómo recuperamos crecimiento económico, desarrollo sustentable, calidad de empleos, terminar con las discriminaciones que sufren las mujeres en el mundo laboral? ¿Cómo logramos, en definitiva, mejor calidad de vida para las personas? Los parlamentos, los congresos, estamos en condiciones de ayudar a definir políticas públicas de Estado que puedan encarar los desafíos en materia de pobreza, en educación, en salud, en crecimiento sustentable, porque eso implica pensar en el mediano plazo y no en la coyuntura electoral o en la elección próxima. Y eso significa que desde la oposición o desde el gobierno debemos construir y respaldar esas políticas públicas. Creo que es ahí donde podemos sacar una lección, Presidenta, muy importante. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, I want to thank you here on the panel for your presentations, for your thoughts, and I want to thank you all also for being here and taking part in the discussion. I think we learned a lot from the different countries, and I think we have to prepare, unfortunately, for emergencies like this. We come to the end of this session. I close this session, and before we break for lunch, I want to, I just have a look whether he's here. Yes. Thank you very much. I want to invite now Mr. Durate Bakeo, the President of the IPU, and Ms. Zahara Al-Bassar, President of the IPU Forum of Young Parliamentarians, for the special presentation of the new IPU I Say Yes to Youth in Parliament campaign, a very important campaign. And just one notice for speakers of Parliament who will participate in the IAIA luncheon. At the end of the next session at 1 p.m., please go to the meeting point outside the main entrance to the conference center. Assistants will wait there for you outside the entrance and will accompany you to the venue of the luncheon. I tell you, it's not easy to find on your own. It's not possible to find it on your own. So thank you very much. And now we have the presentation. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't know how you do it today.
Thank you.
And friends, honorable speakers of parliaments, dear colleagues, it's a pleasure to be here with you and with Mrs. Sara Almazar, President of IPU Forum of Young Parliamentarians, for a special moment. The campaign, the new campaign, I Say Yes to Youth in Parliament. This is important for all of us because, as you know, dear colleagues, the next decade maybe will be one of the most important of the history of humanity. The challenge are so huge, not just with the recovery from this pandemic, but with climate change, about the gap of poverty, inequality that is bigger and bigger year after year, that the decisions we will take today will affect their future. And that's why it's so important to have the participation of youth in the decisions we are taking. In 2010, we adopted an IPU resolution on youth in democratic process to change this. 10 years ago. But a lot of things we should do more and more, because it was not enough. It is essential that the participation of young people in politics and also inside our parliaments, because what we are showing is the growth of abstention in many countries. And young people abstain because they are not believing that their ideas, their participation counts. But it counts. But this is in our hands to show that to them. And so, this campaign is about opening up the decision-making table to the voice of youth, because they have different aspirations, different ways to look at reality. And this is what we are here to do. It is about saying yes to young people. This is about saying yes to the young people in politics. We should do it not because of us, because of our children, because of our grandchildren. Thank you so much for everything you are doing now at the presidency of Forum of Young Parliamentarians. And you know, I said to you yesterday, you can count with all bodies of the IPU to achieve the success of your mandate, because the success of your mandate will be the success of IPU as well. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Mr. President, honorable speakers of parliament, distinguished parliamentarians, dear colleagues. I am honored to be with you today alongside the IPU president to speak on behalf of the young MPs. As the president said, the IPU has achieved a lot since 2010 resolution on youth. 10 years ago, there were no statistics on ages of young MPs and how parliaments engage with youth. Today, we have data from hundreds of chambers of parliament. 10 years ago, there were no global platforms for young MPs to meet. Today, we have the Forum of Young Parliamentarians, which I'm honored to lead. 10 years ago, there were very little policy guidance on opening up parliaments to youth and training young MPs. Today, we have a comprehensive program to meet these needs. We have laid a robust infrastructure for youth empowerment. We have the data, we have the networks, we have the technical expertise and clear goals. What we still need is the fuel, the political will to bring everything together. And this is what the campaign is all about. And this is why your support as speakers of parliaments is so important. As a voice of young people, I can tell you that we want to work with senior politicians to tackle critical problems we all face. We want to stand shoulder to shoulder in addressing common challenges with all generations. But we need more of us to be let in. Time is running. Our future is at stake. I invite you all to say yes to youth in parliaments and be the change that we are calling for. I am pleased to present a short video that will represent our voices and explain more about the campaign.
The world is changing. The pandemic, the climate emergency, and new technology present great challenges to politicians everywhere.
Political decisions taken today and tomorrow will change the world for centuries to come.
Yet right now, these decisions are being made without adequate participation of young parliamentarians.
Half of the world's population is under 30, yet they are represented by only 2.6% of the world's elected parliamentarians.
لم يكن العمل معا أكثر أهمية من أي وقت مضى.
Yet they are missing out the voice and expertise of the younger generations.
There is so much talent and energy out there, but too many young men and women feel excluded from politics.
To be truly representative and to foster democracy and long-term prosperity, change is needed from inside parliaments. That's why the IPU has launched a new campaign called I Say Yes to Youth in Parliament.
Nous demandons à tous les parlementaires de prendre des mesures transformatrices en disant
yes to promoting youth quotas. Yes to legislating to align the age of eligibility for parliamentary office with that of voting. Yes to supporting channels for youth perspectives in Parliament. Yes to empowering young parliamentarians already in office. Yes to mentoring young aspirants to political office. And lastly, yes to advocating for the I Say Yes campaign in my parliament, for others to join the movement.
By taking action to get more young men and women into parliament, we, MPs of all ages, can leave the ultimate legacy, securing the future of democracy.
Say yes today.
قل نعم اليوم.
Say yes today. Take the pledge.
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 Honorable speakers of Parliament and dear colleagues, there you have it. Youth quotas, lowering ages of eligibility, youth channels in Parliament, empowering young MPs, mentoring young aspirants, and promoting youth participation. These are the 6 keys that will lead to transformative change that we are seeking. Today, we are calling on you. Take the pledge with us and join our movement. As speakers of Parliament, your leadership can make all the difference, bridging the words of the resolution of 2010 to reality. Thank you. Back to you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Honorable speakers and dear colleagues. This campaign is not just for young people. It's for all of us. Speakers of Parliament, leaders of political parties, MPs, people that can make the difference, that can make influence in our political society. And so, I understand that the first step is this is the most difficult. After it, the things will run. I will invite you, all of you, to join me in this campaign, saying yes to youth in Parliament and signing up this campaign. Outside, we have a booth, just outside this room. it's possible to sign it there. If you have time, please do it. If you don't have time to do it now, later this afternoon. But you can do it also at home. So, please, say yes to youth in Parliament. I saw that our colleague, Speaker of Bahrain, has already did it. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. So, we will see how may we do it at home, inside in our own countries. May we watch the video, please? So it is so easy to do it. But just if we all, and many of our colleagues inside our own parliaments do it, we will achieve the success we wish. Please, do it, because the future is not for us, the future is for the young people, and so we need to have more participation of young people inside our own parliaments. Say yes to youth in parliaments is essential, not to IPU, but to the society we are here representing. Thank you for coming to this moment, important moment. And now we will have another important moment, the lunch break. Please enjoy, and we come after it to the final moment of closing section of our meeting. Thank you so much. Mr. Speakers, we are back to our closing ceremony. Thank you so much. Is it possible to ask your comprehension to take your places? Please, to go, to continue our work and to finish our conference. Thank you so much to be here, to resist these 3 days of hard work. And we have reports from the different panels and also a final declaration to be presented to all of you. And so I will ask our colleagues from different countries that are reported from the different panels to present the conclusions. And this way, I will begin to give the stage to the speaker Stephanie Doze from Belgium as a reporter on panel 1, towards a new global social compact for gender equality. Madam Speaker, you have the floor.
Thank you
so much.
very much. Mr. Speaker of the Austrian National Council, Mr. Speaker of the Austrian Federal Council, Mr. President-elect of the United Nations General Assembly, Mr. President of the IPU, Mr. Secretary General of the IPU, dear Speakers of Parliament, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to be presenting the results of the first panel discussion. The theme of the panel, Towards a New Global Compact for Gender Equality, helped identifying the transformative agenda needed to promote gender equality by triggering reflections and good practices. During the events, speakers dove deeper into what gender equality entails. And we looked at 3 aspects of equality, namely legal equality, economic equality, and power equality. Legal equality allowed us to reflect on whether our laws grant women and men equal standing. We looked at what values guide the legal frameworks of the community we live in. And we found out that there are good practices on how legislation has been used to bridge the gender gap, like in Benin. In Benin, a law has been created to allocate 30% of their national budget to the education of girls, sending 80% of girls to school through microcredits. In Norway, a landmark law was introduced to require 30% of board members in all publicly owned and listed companies to be women. While, of course, dear colleagues, there are good practices, we recognize that in many countries there is a big gap between what the law says and, of course, what is being practiced. Thus, as lawmakers, we must be very vigilant in ensuring that laws that promote gender equality are properly carried out. We must have mechanisms that monitor the implementation of these laws and that identify how they can be improved. Next, through economic equality, we looked at where the money goes and if the budgetary resources benefit all equally. We asked ourselves what it will take to ensure that women and men have equal access to social protection and equal pay. It is agreed that no country can achieve its full potential without the equal participation of women and men in the economy. In the most recent Women, Business and Law study by the World Bank Gender Group, they found out that only 44 economies have paid parental leave. Paid parental leave and similar policies are linked to more women remaining in the workforce. As women leave their jobs because of the higher burden of domestic work due to the pandemic, reforms that ensure economic equality of opportunity for men and women are needed more than ever. And lastly, we talked about power equality. Who is speaking? Who is deciding for our future generations? We reflected, based on our experiences, on what works in expanding diversity for political representation. We found that the lack of political and economic leverage that women have in many countries reduces their ability to demand accountability or voice their concern about corruption. And this is why, dear colleagues, this is why we must work towards women occupying more seats in parliament and governments. Women quotas and reserved seats helps in ensuring that women realize their full potential in public life. It also helps in creating more diverse decision-making bodies that better reflect the needs and aspirations of the larger population. Colleagues, gender equality is a crucial component of sustainable development, peace, and democracy. It is necessary for the achievement of all the SDGs. However, you have to be honest, in many parts of the world, we are hearing that the pandemic has eroded hard-won progress in all three kinds of equalities mentioned above. In building back better after COVID-19, Speakers of Parliament have an important role in promoting a robust agenda for gender equality. We have a responsibility as speakers to continue to be vigilant in protecting equality in all its forms, even at times of crisis. This must be grounded on full equality between men and women in all areas of life that pursues equal outcomes, benefits and services adapted to everyone's needs. We count on your strong support in this agenda, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Now, from panel 2, mitigating the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on democracy, we'll have the floor our friend, the Speaker Alex Kurupshet from Switzerland. Mr. Speaker.
Herr Präsident, meine sehr verehrten Präsidentinnen und Präsidenten der Parlamente, sehr verehrte Damen und Herren! Es ist mir eine Freude, über die gestrige Podiumsdiskussion zu berichten, an der 15 Parlamentarierinnen und Parlamentarier und Präsidentinnen und Präsidenten teilgenommen haben. Seit nunmehr fast 2 Jahren wird unser Alltag von einer Pandemie beherrscht. Doch Covid-19 ist bei weitem nicht nur eine Gesundheitskrise. Um die Bevölkerung zu schützen, mussten politische Maßnahmen ergriffen und Beschränkungen eingeführt werden. In einer Demokratie sind die Bürgerinnen und Bürger daran gewöhnt, mitreden zu können und gefragt zu werden. Plötzlich aber wurden über ihre Köpfe hinweg, so quasi top-down, entschieden. An vielen anderen Orten war das Verständnis der Menschen in der ersten Phase groß, auch weil die Regeln klar waren und für alle gleichermaßen galten. In der zweiten Phase nahm das Verständnis für die Beschränkungen merklich ab. Manche stellten sogar die Rechtsstaatlichkeit der Schutzmaßnahmen und die demokratische Legitimation in Frage. Die Debatte unterstrich die Botschaft, dass die Parlamente ihre Arbeit während der Pandemie nicht eingestellt haben. Viele Parlamente haben neue Online-Verfahren eingeführt, um ihre Sitzungen abzuhalten, die in irgendeiner Form auch nach dem Ende der Pandemie wird fortgesetzt werden können. In einigen Ländern nahm die gesetzgeberische Tätigkeit sogar zu, da viele Gesetze verabschiedet werden mussten. und die Parlamentarier der Regierung viele Fragen zur Reaktion auf die Pandemie stellten. Die Pandemie hat jedoch einige Fragen in ein neues Licht gerückt. Wenn die Parlamente über radikale Maßnahmen wie die Einschränkung der Bewegungsfreiheit abstimmten, wurden diese Fragen oft mit einfacher Mehrheit entschieden. In der Debatte wurde die Meinung geäußert, dass eine einfache Mehrheit in diesem Fall nicht ausreicht, um die Akzeptanz in der Bevölkerung zu gewährleisten. Die Parlamente sollten überlegen, ob für Maßnahmen, welche die Grundrechte einschränken oder von ihnen abweichen, die gleiche Zweidrittelsmehrheit erforderlich sein sollte, die häufig für Verfassungsänderungen erforderlich sind. Gleichzeitig wurde der Umgang mit der Pandemie zu einem neuen Schauplatz für politische Auseinandersetzungen. Das Klima der Angst und Ungewissheit bot einen fruchtbaren Boden für diejenigen, die soziale Brüche ausnützen wollten, zum Beispiel durch die Verbreitung von Fehlinformationen über das Virus in den sozialen Medien. Einmal mehr standen wir vor der Herausforderung, angemessene Antworten zu finden, die die Meinungsfreiheit garantieren und gleichzeitig neue Bedrohungen verhindern. Es ist aber nicht zu ändern, dass diese Bedrohungen für die Demokratie nicht erst mit der Pandemie entstanden sind. Vielmehr hat die Pandemie bereits bestehende Risiken wie den Aufstieg von Autoritarismus und Populismus verschärft. Die Pandemie hat die Ungleichheit verschlimmert, nicht erfunden. Wir müssen die tieferen Ursachen für den Rückgang des öffentlichen Vertrauens weiter nachgehen. Liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, selten hat die Diskussion die Auseinandersetzung mit den demokratischen Strukturen, mit demokratischen Werten in den letzten Jahrzehnten so global und grundlegend stattgefunden wie heute. Die Debatte ist nicht zu Ende, sie muss weitergehen, denn wir suchen nach wirksamen Wegen, um demokratische Normen auch in Krisenzeiten zu schützen. Ich danke Ihnen für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit und bleiben Sie gesund.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Now, we will go to the report from panel 3, the post-pandemic recovery, transforming the economy to combat climate change and promote sustainable development. Speaker Esperança Bias, from Mozambique. Senhora Presidente, com muito prazer, tem a palavra.
Muito boa tarde, Excelências. Vou fazer a apresentação do relatório do painel 3 sobre a recuperação pós-pandemia. O painel foi moderado pela Sra. Eleanor Lang, vice-presidente da Câmara dos Comuns do Reino Unido, e contou com a participação das presidentes dos parlamentos de Moçambique e do Chipre, para além de peritos do Instituto de Investigação do Impacto Climático de Potsdam e do Fundo Internacional para o Desenvolvimento Agrícola. Intervieram os presidentes dos parlamentos e chefes das delegações da Áustria, Guiana, Itália, Japão, Vietnã, Zimbábue, Islândia, República Dominicana, Madagascar, Uzbequistão, Bolívia, Espanha, República Árabe da Síria e Argélia. As mudanças climáticas estão a ameaçar o progresso do desenvolvimento sustentável e a Covid-19 tem colocado um leque adicional de desafios. O painel discutiu ações parlamentares-chave que podem ser levadas a cabo para facilitar a transformação dos sistemas econômicos, de modo a que os compromissos climáticos e de desenvolvimento ligados ao Acordo de Paris e aos Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável sejam cumpridos. Da discussão emergiram os seguintes pontos de destaque. Os graves precalços econômicos causados pela pandemia do coronavírus e os impactos das mudanças climáticas constituem um desafio ao desenvolvimento sustentável. Todos os países enfrentam simultaneamente crises sanitárias, climáticas e ecológicas que se interligam e se reforçam mutuamente. As mudanças climáticas e a exploração insustentável do ambiente têm causado um aumento dos riscos de doenças zoonóticas e pandemias, escassez de água e eventos climáticos extremos, com consequências da grande amplitude em termos de insegurança alimentar, deslocação de população e conflitos. Os Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável fornecem um quadro para políticas inclusivas e sustentáveis e devem ser a base das estratégias da recuperação da Covid-19, de modo a abordar as desigualdades persistentes e não deixar ninguém para trás. O Acordo de Paris prevê ainda objetivos comuns para combater as mudanças climáticas, mas a ratificação e a transposição nacionais, bem como a cooperação e solidariedade internacionais, são necessárias para o cumprimento dos compromissos globais. Os parlamentos têm um papel fundamental a desempenhar para assegurar a implementação dos Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável através da legislação e da fiscalização e podem também desempenhar um papel fundamental na prossecução dos objetivos do Acordo de Paris. Caros colegas, a outra questão é que os desafios colocados pela pandemia da Covid-19 devem ser transformados em oportunidades para uma reflexão estratégica e para a construção de um mundo mais resistente. O alinhamento de investimentos para pessoas saudáveis e para um planeta sadio e a transição para uma economia verde é um estímulo para o crescimento e não um constrangimento. As consequências desta tripla crise planetária não estão igualmente distribuídas e é primordial a redistribuição do crescimento. Há que prestar especial atenção à inclusão social, uma vez que as consequências das mudanças climáticas e da pandemia da Covid-19 afetam de forma desproporcional as populações vulneráveis. A inclusão é também apoiada por argumentos econômicos para expandir e diversificar os mercados. A inovação é um fator-chave para abraçar economias circulares e a transição para sociedades com baixo teor e neutras em carbono. Esta inovação pode ser promovida através da educação de investimentos na geração jovem e de políticas de apoio à investigação e aplicação de novas tecnologias. Precisamos de agir com a natureza e adotar tecnologias baseadas na natureza como forma de responder às mudanças climáticas e de construir sociedades e comunidades resilientes. A partilha de conhecimentos e a colaboração de múltiplos atores podem contribuir ainda mais para a construção de capacidades humanas e institucionais. As mudanças climáticas são a questão mais premente do nosso tempo. O tempo urge e há necessidade de tomar medidas urgentes para evitar uma crise irreversível. Resta uma década para o cumprimento dos objetivos globais e do Acordo de Paris. A próxima reunião da COP26 deve produzir soluções numa perspectiva global abordagem de questões de financiamento da luta contra as mudanças climáticas e estabelecer a relação entre as mudanças climáticas, o desenvolvimento sustentável e a paz, mas tendo em mente a diversidade dos contextos dos países. A União Interparlamentar, juntamente com os Parlamentos-membros, continuam a oferecer uma plataforma com vista a assegurar uma dimensão parlamentar das negociações sobre o clima. A todos vós, muito obrigada pela atenção que quiseram dispensar.
Muito obrigado, Senhora Presidente. Now, the report from Panel 4. Parliament's openness, transparency and accessibility versus security. How to strike a balance. We'll have the floor as a reporter, the speaker, Mrs. Yawa II from Togo. Madam Speaker, you have the floor.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. Mesdames et Messieurs les présidents du Parlement, Monsieur le Président de l'UIP, Mesdames et Messieurs les parlementaires, chers collègues, Mesdames et Messieurs, après avoir eu le plaisir de modérer la réunion débat numéro 4, j'ai maintenant le plaisir renouvelé de vous en faire rapport à l'occasion de la clôture de notre conférence. Chers collègues, la réunion débat sur l'ouverture, la transparence et l'accessibilité des parlements face aux défis sécuritaires a suscité d'intéressants débats sur la question fondamentale qui était posée. Comment trouver le bon équilibre? Les parlements et les parlementaires s'efforcent d'être aussi accessibles que possible afin de dialoguer avec les électeurs, même ou surtout en période de pandémie. Sur cet aspect, nous avons entendu à quel point les parlements ont dû et pu s'adapter aux circonstances imposées par la situation sanitaire. De fait, beaucoup d'entre eux ont modifié leur règlement pour permettre que le travail parlementaire se fasse de manière hybride. Au final, il est possible de dire que la pandémie a donné un coup d'accélérateur à nos institutions parlementaires en leur permettant de devenir de plus en plus digitales. Dialoguer avec les citoyens suppose une transparence à leur égard. Pour les panélistes, la promotion de cette transparence est une priorité essentielle et le renforcement des liens entre les parlements et le citoyen passe par une vraie transformation digitale. De fait, les parlements doivent être des modèles de transparence. Certains participants ont aussi appelé à plus de démocratie directe, à une implication accrue de la population dans la prise de décisions politiques, ainsi qu'à l'importance de lois efficaces pour permettre aux citoyens d'accéder aux informations détenues par l'État. Mais, si l'ouverture présente de nombreux avantages, elle entraîne aussi quelques inconvénients, au premier rang desquels le risque sécuritaire, tant au niveau institutionnel qu'au niveau sécuritaire, qu'au niveau des parlementaires. Pour pallier ce risque, notamment dans les pays régulièrement frappés par des attaques terroristes, il a fallu renforcer la sécurité des périmètres parlementaires et des parlementaires eux-mêmes et trouver d'autres solutions pour rapprocher le peuple au travail parlementaire. La dématérialisation, par le biais de la télévision ou de la radio, voire de vidéos à la demande parlementaire, permet aux parlementaires de garder le lien avec la population et de l'informer des travaux en cours. L'équilibre à trouver entre le devoir de transparence et d'ouverture du Parlement et la nécessité d'assurer la sécurité de ses membres s'avère un exercice bien délicat, non seulement pour ce qui est de la sécurité physique, mais aussi en ce qui concerne la protection des dispositifs informatiques et, d'une manière générale, la lutte contre la cybercriminalité. Sur ce dernier point, le constat lors de la réunion débat a été unanime. Nos institutions sont à la traîne par rapport aux criminels cybernétiques et nous sommes tous confrontés aux mêmes défis. Nos lois ne sont pas suffisamment à jour pour combattre la cybercriminalité et devront changer pour être plus efficaces. Nous devrons nous-mêmes, en tant que parlementaires, en tant que présidentes et présidents de Parlement, renforcer nos connaissances digitales et renforcer la protection numérique de nos institutions. Le débat a aussi abordé le danger posé par la désinformation, au point qu'il a été souligné que celle-ci était, au final, plus néfaste pour nos sociétés que la pandémie actuelle. Les médias sociaux ont été montrés du doigt pour leur rôle dans la propagation des fausses nouvelles. Certains intervenants ont suggéré que la solution pouvait passer par le renforcement de nos législations, d'autres par une transparence accrue et une meilleure éducation digitale. Tous se sont accordés pour dire que toute nouvelle loi pour réprimer la désinformation devrait être bien réfléchie. En effet, une mauvaise stratégie risquerait plus d'aggraver le problème initial. Enfin, nous avons aussi discuté du fait que les parlementaires sont de plus en plus victimes d'actes graves d'intimidation en dehors du Parlement. Là encore, les intervenants ont été unanimes pour dire clairement que tout discours de haine doit être fermement condamné. Le droit à la liberté d'expression n'est pas absolu et ne doit permettre en aucun cas l'utilisation des mots haineux. Nous avons tous des identités multiples qui doivent être respectées. En tant que parlementaires, de surcroît chargés de la présidence de nos institutions, nous avons la responsabilité de dénoncer ce type de discours et d'y mettre fin. Le débat ne fait que commencer. Je ne doute pas que nous le reprendrons très bientôt. Je vous remercie pour votre aimable attention.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. C'est un plaisir de vous être ici. Et maintenant, I will give the floor to the IPU Secretary General to make some remarks on parliaments and MPs that are in danger. This is our reality. We have parliaments and a lot of colleagues that are in danger. Please, Mr. Secretary General, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I just want quickly to come back to the issue of parliamentarians whose lives and integrity are being threatened across the world. And I want to focus on the situation in Afghanistan, which has been unfolding in the past several weeks. Reference was made yesterday to the dire situation of Afghans following recent developments in the country, and in particular, the situation of women parliamentarians. Mr. President, when the current crisis started in Afghanistan, you and I sent letters to all the speakers of the world's parliaments, alerting them to the very dire situation in Afghanistan and encouraging them to do whatever was in their power to ensure that humanitarian assistance was extended to the Afghan people, especially the members of parliament and women parliamentarians who were very much at risk. It has come to our attention that many countries have taken action to welcome Afghan refugees following the current crisis in the country. Yesterday, when I was moderating the opening session of this conference, I did refer to a number of countries that we knew had taken on that added burden of accommodating refugees from Afghanistan. My list was not complete. Maybe I was very nervous when I was addressing you yesterday. I did omit a number of countries that have provided important support to Afghan refugees, and I just want to mention those countries here because we would like this to go down in the records of this conference. And I would like to use the opportunity to once again, on behalf of myself and the President, to encourage you all to take action in order to continue to provide humanitarian assistance to the Afghans who are in a very difficult situation. So the countries that we know at this particular stage have been providing such support are Albania, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Costa Rica, Ecuador, France, Germany, India, Iran, Mexico, Pakistan, Qatar, Turkey, Uganda, United Kingdom, United States of America, Uruguay, and Uzbekistan. We do know that there are many others that have not been brought to our attention, and if there are any people in this room whose countries have been providing assistance to the Afghan refugees, they should raise their nameplates and we will take note of their... Yes, we have Bahrain. We have Bahrain in the list. Bahrain. Oh, sorry, Bahrain is not on the list. We didn't include Bahrain. They're on the list. Who else? Iceland?
Portugal.
Portugal? Who else? Ireland?
Rwanda.
Rwanda. Yeah, just read your name, country name. United Arab Emirates.
North Macedonia.
Sorry, North Macedonia.
Emiratos Árabes Unidos.
Iraq. Iraq.
It's impossible to
Please,
read.
just read.
Is it impossible to read from here? Sorry.
It's impossible to read from here. Just say the name of your country.
Ukraine.
Dominican Republic.
Dominican Republic, very good.
Ukraine.
Ukraine. Okay, thank you very much. If there are any other countries whom we have forgotten. Thank you very much. If there are other countries that we have omitted from this list, please just indicate that to my colleagues and we will publish this list as a record of the proceedings of this conference. And we do encourage you to continue to display and demonstrate solidarity with the people of Afghanistan, but with other people around the world who are in difficulty, just as the Afghan people. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. And I urge also not just this idea to be as a principle, but with a concrete action. Our colleagues that came to Vienna needs to understand what will be their future right now. And maybe some of you can help them to understand what will be the future tomorrow, because they don't know exactly what will happen after the finish of our meeting. And now I will give the floor to the reporter from panel 5 that talks about parliaments and global governance, the unfinished agenda, never finished, yes. The speaker from Ireland, our friend Jean Offar Gill. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. President, that name always causes problems, I have to say. I'm very honoured, distinguished members, to be here representing Andreas Norlin, who presided over the 5th session, which was entitled Parliaments and Global Governance, the Unfinished Agenda. And I'm also conscious in doing this that while I'm short of stature, I'm also short in my synopsis. The session was moderated, as I said, by the Speaker of Sweden, and there were 4 panellists who provided their perspectives on the important issues. Ms. Beatrice Argenom, President of the Senate of Uruguay, Mr. Nico Schrijver, Professor of International Law at Leiden University and a former Senator of the Netherlands, member of the IPU Executive Committee, and Ambassador Kirsti Andersen, Permanent Representative of Norway to the UN in Vienna, and myself, President or Speaker of the Lower House of Parliament in Dublin. In our session, members, there was a good discussion on how parliaments may better engage on international issues to reflect the perspectives of their citizens. We acknowledged that the debates at the UN on behalf of we the peoples are conducted by our ambassadors, who are in fact able representatives of the executive branch of government. However, there was overwhelming agreement on the importance and need to integrate members of parliament in processes of global governance. And having heard reference quite rightly made to Afghanistan, it was particularly poignant that that session heard a submission from the government in exile, or the parliament in exile, of Myanmar. And we took the opportunity to extend our very, very best wishes to that parliament in exile, to the people of Myanmar, and indeed to the Rohingya people, that they may move rapidly towards a solution to what has been a very difficult problem. Global problems, as we know, require global solutions, and we heard much support for greater cooperation and coordination on international universal problems, such as this pandemic, the climate crisis, and how to ensure we deliver on the Sustainable Development Goals. And our distinguished contributor from India highlighted the responsibilities that rest on us in the developed world to support those people in less well-off countries, to ensure and to aggressively, I would say, ensure that they receive the vaccinations which they so urgently require. I consider myself privileged to come from Ireland, where 83% of the population over 12 years of age have been vaccinated. We all must do more to ensure that the less developed countries get the essential support that they need. We heard many times over from speakers who expressed their overwhelming agreement for strengthening the work of the IPU in support of its member parliaments to engage in these issues, and the desire to seek additional ways to integrate parliamentary perspective at the United Nations. And in his presentation, Professor Schrijver noted that global governance is indeed a long journey, and it is all the stronger when it is supported by the people who are represented by their members of parliament. He proposed a more institutionalised engagement of parliamentarians in global governance, possibly through a UN parliamentary association comprised of representatives from each parliament. His proposal, though interesting to many, was discussed, and from it, the essential role of the IPU in elevating parliamentary perspectives in the process of global governance emerged. Political isolation serves no one well, least of all the people that we are all privileged to represent. Mr. President, It is fair to conclude from our discussion that many of us here would like to continue to build on our efforts, hand in hand with the IPU, and further work towards finding enhanced opportunities to engage as our people's representatives at home and internationally, and in building a more peaceful, a more equitable, and a more inclusive world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. We need to work because our work never will finish. Now, we will go to the declaration, final declaration of our meeting, of this conference. And so, I will invite, representing the members of the PrepCom, I will invite Speaker Beatriz Argimon from Uruguay to present our final declaration.
Gracias, señor presidente. Queridos presidentes, queridas presidentas, el debate general interactivo y los paneles de discusión a lo largo de los últimos 2 días han cubierto varios de los temas álgidos del mundo actual. Nuestra declaración refleja las deliberaciones durante la semana y propone a los presidentes de los parlamentos oportunidades concretas para demostrar un verdadero liderazgo, fomentando y fortaleciendo el multilateralismo, promoviendo la paz y la seguridad y revigorizando el desarrollo sostenible. La declaración fue redactada tomando como base las ideas e insumos del comité preparatorio de la conferencia, el que durante los pasados 6 meses celebró reuniones virtuales regulares. Luego fue presentada la membresía de la UIP para comentarios, habiéndose recibido de parte de tan solo 12 miembros ligeras sugerencias de modificación, lo que nos anima a que esta declaración final, que recoge las modificaciones propuestas, pueda ser adoptada por consenso en el día de hoy. De todas formas, la declaración fue de forma inevitable moldeada por las numerosas, simultáneas y coincidentes crisis globales, en especial la pandemia por el COVID-19 y la emergencia climática. Y, como ha quedado demostrado en varias regiones del mundo, nuestras instituciones democráticas se han visto seriamente amenazadas. Nuestra declaración, por lo tanto, procura presentar nuestra respuesta a esas crisis y sentar bases para construir mejor hacia el futuro. Creemos firmemente que un multilateralismo trascendente y efectivo es el primer mecanismo hacia el logro de tal objetivo. En línea con uno de los principales puntos focales del trabajo de la UIP, nuestra recuperación de esas crisis debe atender la difícil situación de las mujeres y las niñas. La declaración afirma la necesidad de un nuevo pacto social global en materia de igualdad de género, reconocer los logros de las mujeres y asegurar su participación plena y efectiva en todos los ámbitos de la sociedad. Del mismo modo, debe reconocerse el impacto de estas crisis sobre los jóvenes. Y el primer paso para crear un futuro mejor para las generaciones más jóvenes está en nuestras manos, como presidentes de los parlamentos, retomando una de las últimas campañas principales de la UIP. Debemos decir sí a la participación de los jóvenes en nuestros parlamentos. En la declaración señalamos que debemos proteger normas preestablecidas en temas de paz, desarrollo, democracia, derechos humanos y de la supremacía del derecho. Debemos reimpulsar nuestro esfuerzo en logro de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible hacia el 2030, primeramente a través de la búsqueda de una recuperación económica de la pandemia de COVID justa e inclusiva. Reconocemos que no se podrá decir que se está a salvo del COVID-19 hasta que todos estemos seguros y reiteramos nuestro apoyo en pos de la colaboración global en materia de salud pública bajo el monitoreo de la OMS para asegurar que estemos mucho mejor preparados en el caso de una nueva pandemia. A tal fin, apoyamos el trabajo de la OMC para el establecimiento de un Código de Salud Global que garantice la seguridad sanitaria para toda la población mundial. Reiteramos nuestro apoyo para la consecución de un sistema de comercio multilateral justo, abierto, inclusivo, sustentado en reglas, transparente y no discriminatorio, con eje en la Organización Mundial del Comercio. La economía digital será un componente clave en la recuperación económica y debemos dar pasos hacia la superación de la brecha digital y el desarrollo de la infraestructura digital de base. Estamos convencidos de la necesidad imperiosa de atender la emergencia climática y expresamos nuestro sustancial apoyo hacia el logro de resultados que reflejen ambición y voluntad de colaboración en la COP26 de Glasgow a finales de año. Afirmamos la necesidad de adoptar estrategias de prevención para mitigar los riesgos climáticos y fortalecer la resiliencia, particularmente en el caso de las poblaciones más vulnerables y marginalizadas. Instamos a nuestros gobiernos a adoptar medidas con eje en la población para restaurar su confianza afectada durante la pandemia. Reconocemos que, luego de sucesivas crisis, nuestras democracias necesitan ser revigorizadas. Llamamos a los parlamentos a continuar en la senda de la innovación y la expansión en el uso de las tecnologías digitales para su trabajo. En términos más generales, hacemos un llamado a la comunidad global para unirse en el establecimiento de un marco multilateral para la regulación del uso de las tecnologías digitales. Y reafirmamos el papel clave del multilateralismo con las Naciones Unidas en primer lugar y con la Unión Interparlamentaria como el foro de trabajo de parlamentos y parlamentarios para avanzar en procesos y compromisos internacionales de amplio alcance a nivel global. Los invitamos, pues, a apoyar nuestra declaración. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Presidente Argimon. Dear colleagues, this declaration was prepared for a long time with the members of the PrepCom, prepared by the Secretariat, that absorb the ideas of the members of the PrepCom. Then it was shared to all of you to receive possible amendments. And after it, we had a second text that tried to incorporate the suggestions received until the end of the day that was in our roadmap, because it is impossible to continue until today. This is the procedure that the PrepCom decided have to prepare this text. I believe that is a strong one. Will not be the text that a country A, B, or C will do if there is only their own personal position, of course, because we try to build a text that will have the consensus that more than 100 delegations that are inside our room. Maybe if there is a text written just by the Portuguese delegation, will not be that one. As I imagine that it may happen with all of you. But if we try to get a consensus, we need to understand that position. But it's a strong one. And now I will give the floor to the Secretary General to complete what I try to explain, the way we do it before we adopt it.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think you've said it all. This has been a very inclusive approach to preparing a high-level declaration with which we do believe the vast majority of parliaments in the world identify today. It does, as the rapporteur said when she presented a report, that it does reflect the global issues that are on the agenda, the parliamentary agenda. It does respect the resolve that you want to take with you in order to implement parliamentary action in order to help address the issues that you have identified. Mr. President, distinguished members, normally this declaration is adopted by consensus, which means that we all give it our backing. But of course, we do all understand the challenges we face in order to aggregate the diverse interests of all of you and to get a text that has 100% backing from you. What I do understand is that currently there is no objection to the declaration that is before you. A number of countries have come and expressed reservations regarding some wording or notions or concepts that are contained in the declaration. And because you are a democratic institution, you are duty-bound to take note of these reservations without it diluting the value of the declaration that is before you. Just for the record of this conference, I would like to indicate that we have received reservations from the delegation of Turkey in respect of paragraph 4 on gender equality and paragraph 12 in respect of climate change. Turkey explains that they agree generally with the resolution, but they have a slightly different interpretation of what we mean by gender equality. In their view, gender equality is interpreted as equal opportunity between women and men, and they would have seen that type of language reflected in the resolution, in the declaration. They also mention in respect of paragraph 12 that when it comes to climate change, there is not yet a consensus on what how climate change impacts on the instability in the world that we know today, and whether we believe that only climate change is responsible for the instability and conflict that the world knows today. So this is well taken note of by Turkey. They have given an extensive explanation of their reservations. Then we have a number of countries that have expressed reservations regarding certain concepts that are in the declaration. One with regard to people-centered measures in paragraph 13, and global community with a shared future for humankind, paragraph 17. These are concepts that were discussed at length in the preparatory committee, and the preparatory committee accepted to include them in the draft resolution. But once again, you are duty-bound to take note of the reservations expressed by the delegations of Belgium, Denmark, France, Germany, Hungary, Iceland, Norway, Sweden, and Switzerland. So this will be properly noted in the records of the conference and also in the draft declaration. Lastly, Mr. President, we have a specific situation of a country whose speakers have not participated in the process of preparing this declaration, and that is the Netherlands. The speakers of both houses have indicated that according to their constitutional setup, they are not allowed to participate in deliberations that have a political connotation, as is the case with this declaration. They have not objected to it, but they have simply said that they are not participating in the deliberations on the draft declaration. This is taken note of and will be reflected in the records of the conference. Mr. President, that is all we have in respect of feedback regarding the declaration. You may now, if I do understand that you have the vast majority of parliaments present, all delegations here that back this declaration, Mr. President, you may now wish to call on your colleagues to formally adopt this declaration as the outcome of your conference, with the understanding that they are committed to going back home to actually implement action that will give life to this declaration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. I believe that is a strong declaration. It represents the results of our intensive work, and not ours, your intensive work, may I say. And so I will ask, with that reservation that will not affect the essential of the declaration, but small aspects of the text, I will ask if we can adopt the declaration by applause. Thank you. Thank you so much. So the declaration is adopted, and it will represent the outcome of our conference. And we will be sent to all of you the final text, and please try to implement it in your own countries. But also, we will send it to the President of the General Assembly of the United Nations. And because we collaborate together, and we wish that will be a contribute to the work of United Nations as well. And because of it, but especially because the links between IPU and United Nations are so strong, and we are working together also in this meeting, I will give the floor to the Director General of the United Nations Office in Vienna, Mrs. Ghada Fadi Wali. Please, you have the floor, Madam.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished speakers and members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to IPU, to the Austrian Parliament, and to all of you on a successful conference. The Fifth World Conference has brought together parliamentarians from around the world at a pivotal moment to share the hard lessons learned in the COVID-19 crisis, to overcome the continued challenges posed by the pandemic, and to chart a collective and inclusive way forward in the recovery at a time people are divided, the planet is fragile, and peace is elusive. I welcome the commitments contained in the high-level declaration adopted just now, and I commend you for amplifying the voices, aspirations, and concerns of the people you represent and serve. I also thank you for bringing a sobering voice from Afghanistan. The UN Office at Vienna and the UN Office on Drugs and Crime are proud to support you and to be your partner in your endeavors. I had the honor of addressing the opening of the 13th Summit of Women Speakers on Monday. I experienced the refreshing energy and determination that women parliamentarians are bringing to the table and witnessed the firm commitment of the IPU to ensuring the full contributions of women and men to parliamentary work everywhere. This commitment is also in evidence here, and I was glad to see that the first panel of this conference focused on a new global social compact for gender equality, which represents an essential precondition, a necessary means to an end, and a specific goal under the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development. This conference has served as an opportunity for the parliamentary community to address the impact of the pandemic on our systems and societies. It has further sought to ensure that our economic recovery also contributes to sustainable development and that the COVID-19 crisis does not overshadow the urgency of climate action. Your discussions have also contended with the important questions of how parliamentarians can strike a balance between transparency and security, and how the parliamentary community can further advance global governance going forward. In this regard, I welcome the focus of the final panel of the Fifth World Conference on the unfinished agenda and the untapped opportunities for parliamentarians and the UN to work together, driven by new ideas and approaches. I value the close partnership between UNODC and the IPU. And I strongly believe UNODC has more to offer parliamentarians and their regional networks to support action to address the challenges identified by this conference and the commitments outlined in the high-level declaration. Together with the IPU and the UN Office of Counter-Terrorism, we are developing model legislative provisions to better support victims of terrorism. I commend the IPU for their focus on this area. And I'm proud to co-organize the first ever Global Parliamentary Summit on Terrorism. I'm looking forward to the opening of this important meeting tomorrow. UNODC is a leading provider of technical and legislative assistance to prevent and combat terrorism, with a focus on criminal justice responses. Since 2002, UNODC has trained over 32,000 criminal justice officials and supported the drafting, revision, and adoption of 189 pieces of counter-terrorism legislation. Our counter-terrorism expertise is connected with our uniquely integrated mandates on drugs, transnational organized crime, and corruption. Our role as guardian of key international treaties addressing these challenges, and our support for the UN standards and norms on crime prevention and criminal support and criminal justice. Now the COVID crisis and economic fallout have increased vulnerabilities and intensified the threats posed by drugs, crime, corruption, and terrorism. Last year, there were up to 124 million new poor, which represents the first rise in extreme poverty in a generation. Without school, job prospects, or social protection, many millions more women, children, and men have been left more vulnerable and more exposed to violence, abuse, exploitation, human trafficking, migrant smuggling, and other crimes. To strengthen prevention and protection, provide opportunity, and empower people, in particular women and youth, we need parliaments to pass national legislation in line with international commitments and enabling international cooperation. We need effective implementation and enforcement to ensure that the laws on the books result in successful action on the ground. And we need parliaments to engage with civil society as well as promote accountability and address corruption, including by harnessing digital technologies and working towards closing the digital divide. To support these efforts, UNODC and IPU are formally exploring a new and comprehensive collaboration framework to provide integrated normative assistance across a broad range of rule of law challenges, including by raising the awareness of parliamentarians and by helping to identify gaps, develop legislation, and promote international and regional cooperation. We are also discussing expanded collaboration with regional parliamentary assemblies with the same goals in mind. Honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen, for myself, this week with you has been a welcome and invigorating opportunity to see multilateralism in action and in person after months of living in the virtual mode of work. The week has also served as welcome evidence that the parliamentary community is thriving despite the many restrictions and challenges over the past month that have sought to hinder your cooperation, and that all of you remain faithful and engage in a greater global solidarity for peace and sustainable development for people and for planet. UNODC is pleased to join you and support you. Thank you. Congratulations once again on a successful World Conference, and see you tomorrow at the First Global Parliamentary Summit on Terrorism. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you so much, Director General Wally. Now, I wish to give the warm welcome to the Chancellor of Austria, Mr. Sebastian Kurz. Please, Mr. Chancellor, welcome to our meeting. I will give the floor directly to the Chancellor. Chancellor Kurz, please, you have the floor.
dear President of the IPU, dear Presidents of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you for inviting me, and I would like to thank you for the honor that you have chosen Austria for this important gathering of the World Conference of Speakers of Parliament. With the outbreak of the pandemic, the past 18 months have confronted all of us in a very difficult way. And I think what was especially difficult for us as politicians was that in-person exchange was definitely very rare. So after these 18 months, it's a pleasure for me to welcome you in Vienna. And I think that we all agree that digital diplomacy is helpful, yes, but it can never replace physical meetings. And so thank you very much for taking time to Vienna. It's an honor that you are here. The COVID-19 pandemic has also underlined once again the value of international cooperation and solidarity. Global challenges require global responses, as no country alone would be able to face them on its own. The response to the COVID-19 pandemic is the vaccination, and we are in the lucky position now to have several effective vaccines available that were developed in record time. At the same time, we are fully aware of the inequality in access to vaccines worldwide. And as no one is safe before everyone is safe, it is an important priority for Austria and the EU to donate vaccines to other regions in the world where the needs are biggest. We also need to successfully manage the economic recovery together. During the pandemic, 120 million people fell into extreme poverty and more than 250 million jobs were temporarily lost. We need to work together to reverse this trend and to create growth for all countries and regions again. And at the same time, we need to be ambitious when taking measures to fight the climate change. We have only one planet, and we need to ensure that we protect it also for the children and grandchildren. Ladies and gentlemen, even though the management of the pandemic and its consequences needs a lot of attention, I think we also have to face other challenges, like the promotion of global peace and security. In this regard, I'm especially worried about the situation in Afghanistan, and I hope that we can work all together to support people in need in Afghanistan and also in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by thanking you for the privilege to have you here in Vienna. I also would like to thank our President of the Parliament, Wolfgang Sobotka, for hosting this event here, or co-hosting this event here in Vienna. And I would like to invite you to a reception after your meeting here in this building at the 3rd floor. And I hope that we will have the chance to have some private talks and discussions as well. Thank you very much for taking time to come to Vienna.
Dear colleagues, we are coming very quickly to the end of our session, and after this impressive statement by the Chancellor Kurz, we will give the floor to the Speaker, Peter Heike, President of the Austrian Federal Council. Mr. Speaker.
Sehr geehrter Herr Präsident Pacheco, sehr geehrte Präsidentinnen und Präsidenten, sehr geehrter Herr Generalsekretär Zhugang, sehr geehrter Herr Bundeskanzler, sehr geehrte Damen und Herren! Ich hoffe, Sie konnten die letzten Tage der IPU in einer ähnlich positiven Form nutzen wie ich persönlich. Ich bin begeistert von dieser Veranstaltung, das darf ich jetzt schon als Co-Gastgeber vorneweg sagen. Das lokale und das gemeinsame Denken und zu diesem Zweck die multilateralen parlamentarischen Beziehungen in vollem Umfang wieder persönlich aufzunehmen. Beides haben wir in den letzten beiden Tagen im Rahmen dieser 5. Weltkonferenz geschafft. Ich danke Ihnen allen, dass Sie unserer Einladung hier nach Wien gefolgt sind und an dieser Konferenz teilgenommen haben. Viele von Ihnen haben eine weite Anreise auf sich genommen, um sich wieder von Angesicht zu Angesicht austauschen zu können. Ich denke, Ihnen hat das, genauso wie mir, schon sehr gefehlt. Die persönlichen Gespräche im Rahmen dieser Konferenz waren für mich und ich hoffe auch für Sie alle eine große Freude. Oftmals konnten wir dabei erfahren, dass die Bevölkerung unserer Länder, obwohl sie territorial sehr weit voneinander entfernt sind, vor sehr ähnlichen Herausforderungen stehen. Herausforderungen, die wir im gegenseitigen Austausch und in wechselseitiger Unterstützung viel besser bestehen werden als jeder für sich alleine. Die weltweite Pandemie ist leider noch nicht zu Ende. Auch hier müssen wir uns alle noch anstrengen, um gemeinsam die Auswirkungen des Virus in allen Ländern der Erde in den Griff zu bekommen. Die intensiven Beratungen zum Wohl unserer Regionen, unserer Länder, unserer Bevölkerung im Interesse von Frieden und nachhaltiger Entwicklung haben in den letzten Tagen bereits ein sichtbares Ergebnis gebracht. In Form unseres interaktiven Austauschs bei der Konferenz, in Form von zahlreichen bi- und multilateralen Gesprächen und in Form der Deklaration, die wir soeben angenommen haben. Diese Ergebnisse werden uns bei den kommenden Bemühungen der Umsetzung auf allen Ebenen, auch auf der regionalen Ebene, leiten. Es war eine Ehre für das österreichische Parlament, dass Wien als historischer Ort des Brückenschlages und der Begegnung diese Rolle auf internationaler parlamentarischer Ebene hat ausfüllen dürfen. Gemeinsam haben wir ein deutliches Zeichen für einen effektiven Multilateralismus und einen starken interparlamentarischen Dialog genutzt. Liebe Kolleginnen, liebe Kollegen, ich hoffe, Sie hatten einen angenehmen Aufenthalt in Wien. Ich wünsche Ihnen eine gute Heimreise und würde mich sehr freuen, Sie hier wieder in Wien oder auch in Ihrem Land wiedersehen zu dürfen. Dankeschön.
Thank you so much, Speaker Rage. Now, Speaker Sobotka, you have the floor.
Sehr geehrte Kolleginnen und Kollegen, liebe Parlamentarierinnen und Parlamentarier, sehr geehrter Präsident Pacheco, sehr geehrter Herr Bundeskanzler, sehr geehrter Bundesratspräsident und werter Generalsekretär Martin Schugong. Hinter uns liegen 2 Tage des intensiven Dialogs in den Panels, in der Generaldebatte und in vielen, gerade in so einer Konferenz, ganz wichtigen Bilaterals. Wir haben uns ganz zentrale Fragen auf die Agenda gesetzt, auf die es keine einfachen Antworten, vor allem keine eindimensionalen Antworten gibt. Fragen, die mit viel Mut, Beharrlichkeit und Weitblick diskutiert, umgesetzt und wirklich finalisiert werden müssen. Um das Parlament und um als Parlament die Erfolge bei der Pandemiebekämpfung, bei der Transformation zu nachhaltiger Entwicklung und nachhaltiger Wirtschaft, Gleichberechtigung der Geschlechter oder den Kampf gegen den Klimawandel zu verzeichnen, brauchen gerade wir das Vertrauen unserer Landsleute. In jedem Land. Wir brauchen das Vertrauen in die Politik, das Vertrauen in den Parlamentarismus und in die Demokratie. Und ich bin überzeugt, dass wir dieses Vertrauen dann am besten gewinnen können, wenn wir unsere Parlamente öffnen, wenn wir transparent agieren, den Menschen klar machen, was unsere Aufgabe ist, aber ohne die Sicherheit unserer Abgeordneten und unserer Parlamente aufs Spiel zu setzen. Sehr geehrter Herr Präsident, werte Präsidentinnen, wir sind gestern und heute vor allem von allen Kontinenten zusammengekommen und haben trotz der verschiedensten Anschauungen und mit einigen protokollarischen Anmerkungen mit unserer Deklaration ein Verständnis zu zentralen Fragen erzielt, ein starkes Zeichen der globalen parlamentarischen Demokratie. Ein herzliches Danke. Wir haben aber auch ein starkes Zeichen in Zeiten der Pandemie gesetzt. Ein starkes Zeichen, dass Meetings in dieser Form in Präsenz notwendig und auch möglich sind. Notwendig, um auch in den persönlichen Begegnungen die Zwischentöne ausloten zu können, und möglich, da wir in der Lage sind, die gesundheitspolitischen Risiken und die persönlichen Risiken im Sicherheitsmanagement auch bewältigen zu können. Aber die interparlamentarische Arbeit endet nicht mit dieser Konferenz oder mit dieser Deklaration, ebenso wenig wie die Agenda der IPU mit den Beschlüssen dieser Konferenz und der Abreise enden wird und auch nicht enden darf. Im Gegenteil, unser Auftrag hat hier und heute erst begonnen, nämlich die Vision und damit einhergehenden Antrag dieser Deklaration in unseren nationalen Parlamenten hineinzutragen und in unserer politischen Arbeit an ihre Inhalte anzuknüpfen. Lassen Sie uns dieser Verantwortung gerecht werden, um nun die nächsten Schritte zu setzen. Ich darf mich ganz herzlich dafür bedanken, dass dem österreichischen Parlament das Vertrauen geschenkt wurde und die Ehre zuteil wurde, als Co-Gastgeber das erste Mal hier diese Konferenz ausrichten zu dürfen. Der Austausch mit Ihnen allen in den letzten 3 Tagen war ein besonderer und war eine besonders bereichernde Begegnung mit Ihnen allen. Ich freue mich darauf, dass diese Erfahrungen uns dazu nutzen, sie weiterzuentwickeln, darauf aufzubauen, ein Band unserer internationalen Kooperation noch enger zu schnüren. Namentlich darf ich mich auch im Namen unserer Mitarbeiter, unserer Parlamentsdirektion und allen, die uns dabei geholfen, es waren Hunderte, die dafür in der Ausrichtung notwendig waren, bedanken bei unseren Freunden Präsident Duarte Pacheco und bei unserem Freund Generalsekretär Martin Jogong und eurem Team. Ihr habt eine hervorragende, eine mutige und eine nachhaltige Arbeit geleistet. Für euren Einsatz sei euch herzlichst gedankt mit einem großen Applaus. Und ich möchte nicht vergessen, dass die gute Seele dahinter auch die Botschafterin Anda Philipp war, und auch ihr gilt unser aller Dank. Herzlichen Dank für Ihren Einsatz. Es bleibt mir damit nur übrig, Ihnen ein gutes Nachhausekommen zu wünschen. Aber vorher freue ich mich, wenn ich Sie morgen bei der Konferenz, die die UNO gemeinsam mit der IPU organisiert hat, zum Thema des Counter-Terrorism und die Geißel, die uns durch Jahre hindurch schon in besonderer Art und Weise gefordert hat, eine Konferenz abzuhalten, die auch für die Sicherheit der Parlamente von entscheidender Bedeutung sein wird. In diesem Sinne ein herzliches Wiedersehen morgen und dann ein gutes Heimkommen, und spätestens in Madrid sehen wir uns wieder.
Speaker Sobotka, Speaker Hagi, Chancellor Kurz, dear colleagues, friends, Madam and Mr. Speakers, our staff prepared me a text saying that I will have a great pleasure to bring this World Conference of Speakers of Parliament to a close. But it is not true. I regret it so much, because I enjoy these 2 days with all of you, that it is not true. I wish that we'll continue for more days. But yes, the reality is that we are coming to the end of our meeting. So firstly, I wish to say thank you to all of you to each one of you that worked so hard in all the panels, in our general session, to prepare the declaration, to at so many bilateral meetings showing to the world that the parliaments are alive, that with this pandemic we didn't give up from our own functions, and here we are working together to build a better future. But a special thanks we need to say to the Speaker Sobotka, Subita Hagi, to your staff, because we will not be here without your persistence, without your work. And so thank you so much for everything. The organization was perfect. But allow me to say thank you to all your staff, the volunteers, hundreds of young people that work as a volunteer to achieve the success of the meeting, to help us in all this building, but also to the staff of IPU that prepare for a long time. This is not the work of the President. It happened well because they work very hard to achieve the success of the meeting. And so also the staff of IPU needs one applause. Thank you so much, Martin. Thank you also to the interpreters here in this room, in all rooms, that allow us to communicate between ourselves, because we came from so many different countries with so many different languages, but it was possible to keep in dialogue between ourselves. They were essential as well. Thank you so much for all of you. Dear friends, we know the terrible impact of the COVID-19, the people that died, the suffer that so many families, that our families had, the loss that we shared, the economies that suffered, the poverty that increased, the gap between rich and poor people that increased. We know well what happened in the last 2 years. How change the education system, how change the health system, how change the economies, but also how change the life of parliamentarians. Because we keep working. We keep our work to approve bills, legislation, special measures, special budgets to win the war against this virus. We achieved new ways to work that maybe 2 years ago, some of us will not believe that will be possible. But very soon, we adapt to the new reality because we represent the people. And if people needs our work, we work. No cares the situation. And so, here we are, after 2 years, to say it was important what we have done, but we have much more to do. That's why the declaration presented by the Speaker Argimon, and that was approved by all of you, call us to action. That encourage all of us to share with governments the action that needs to recover our countries, our economy, and our societies from what we suffer from these times. But we never forget the other problems of society. the climate change, of course, the gender equality that is necessary, and also the importance to have more youth in politics, to combat abstention, and to have a more inclusive democracy. And also, how important it is to defend our colleagues and the parliaments that suffer. It may happen in Myanmar, in Afghanistan, in Guinea, in Mali, in other places, in Tunisia, where a peaceful resolution of the political crisis is important and urgent. The gains of the Arab Spring should not be destroyed in such young democracy. And we talk about it. And we talk about this challenge of our world. Dear friends, we are going home. Now with more energy, committed with such strong resolution. We will work harder to have a better future for the future generations, but for the present too. So, dear friends, this way, I wish you a very safe trip back to your own home, your countries. But I know that we will look and we will see each other very soon in Madrid next November for the 143 Assembly of the IPU. Shukran. Merci. Spasiba. Gracias. Thank you. And obrigado from the bottom of my heart and on behalf of the entire IPU. Martin. Before end the session, Speaker Hagi, for you. Thank you. And Speaker Sobotka, you can use it in your own parliaments now.
Very safe.
Thank you. Take care, Mr. Chancellor. Now they have something to finish the sessions, and maybe they can take off the word to the Chancellor as well. Dear colleagues, Mr. Speakers, Madam Speakers, dear friends, Mr. Chancellor, our 5th World Conference of Speakers of Parliaments came to an end. Thank you so much.
Thank you.